Chapter 19. The Weighing of the Wands. Chapter text Dad, Harry whispered when he just kept sitting there, glaring down at the pages, and Harry finally realized he had been the only one not to say anything. "Oh, I am beyond pissed," he said at once with broiling tones. "I'm going to knock him a good one if I ever get the pleasure of meeting him." His face twitched, though, some old regret finally tampering down the tone. "But I'd be a right hypocrite if I sat here and gave somebody else the piss about doing this." "Oh, come on, Prongs," Sirius whined, turning a still fiery look on him which drowned out his attempt at a joke. "That was years ago. We've gotten over it. I've admitted I deserved it." "Still," James groused, shoving the book towards him without looking at anyone. "I made that mistake once before, judging someone just because they made a stupid bleeding decision. If Harry and Ron never make up for Ron acting like a royal prat, then so be it. But I'm certainly not going to say anything against him because he's said and done something stupid in regards to one of his friends." I really don't believe you," Remus gasped as he stared right at him, sure at any moment James was going to crack and start yelling and screaming along with the rest of them. "What Sirius did is much worse than this. Gee, thanks, Mooney," Sirius muttered under his breath. James cut across both of them as he nodded. "That's true, and my point. What Ron's doing is wrong and stupid, but I'm going to sit over here and hope he gets over it and apologizes more than curse him out about it." He clearly was not pleased at his own decision, but he still sat back with his arms crossed and a set look saying he was going to do his damnedest to uphold that as long as he could. Sirius looked from the book to his best mate like he wasn't sure who was giving him a turn more, but finally he decided to leave Prongs be for now. Sirius hadn't ever been this mad at Ron before. He'd been angry at Hermione plenty of times, but at least he could wrap his mind around her. This was petty and so stupid. Anybody who knew Harry for a few minutes ought to realize he wouldn't have really done something like this. Ron had been his friend for over 3 years by now and hadn't stuck by his mate. He quickly pushed past the rather confusing feeling that he was technically this steamed over someone he'd never actually met. "You shouldn't have to," Remus snarled under his breath. Lily groaned, wondering how long this was going to last, holding out for hope that the two boys would make up. James had to really fight down the impulse to make a crude gesture at people who weren't here. Couldn't they take a hint? It really was sad that Harry had to watch them all tense in unease, clearly fearing yet another row. Surely at least Hermione would believe him. "That's encouraging," Sirius grumbled, his eyes narrowing in thought as he tried to guess if Hermione would have started yelling at him at once like Ron would have, or would try to drag him somewhere private to shout at him for doing this. "Oh, thank Merlin," Lily sighed, slumping back into the couch in relief. James sighed, wishing he didn't have a first-hand account on that face, that it hadn't reappeared on his son now, and this was all just a really bad joke. "Unbelievably, I'd have rather just let Hermione keep going," Sirius snapped. "What does she mean, not really?" Remus scowled. "Either he does and needs to pull his head out of his arse, or doesn't, in which case I'd like to think he'd have come to apologize to you the moment reality came back to him." Harry didn't answer. He had no more idea than them. "No," all five of them grumbled. "Jealous of what?" Harry demanded, his outrage still somehow managing to grow. "It's not my fault," Harry howled in outrage to no one in particular. He knew they all knew it. He just couldn't help it. "Guess I don't need to ask what he was going to say," Sirius muttered. "I can't garner much pity for him for," Lily scathed. "If he wants to take your place and put his name on the chopping block, he could have at it." "Can't blame her there," James sighed. "I wouldn't want to be the messenger bird for this either." "And no one blames you," Remus agreed in clipped tones. "Oh, don't," Lily forced back yet more anger at her son. He was speaking in a temper, but still she had to fight the impulse to smack him for making jokes about this. Harry muttered a sorry for her, though he hardly looked repentant enough. It was clear he may have kept going to Hermione at least. "Convince Dumbledore to let you drop out of school," Remus rolled his eyes. "Go ask Moody to teach you every flipping curse he knows, and then some," Lily huffed. "Shove Ron's head through a wall," Sirius sniffed. "Learn to live under your invisibility cloak for the time being," James sighed, crossing his arms in agitation. Harry couldn't help but give just the tiniest smile at all of them. They'd all spoken at almost the exact same time, and considering what he'd been fixing to say, what had flitted across his mind, he kept his mouth shut to let Sirius read. Do not blame you, Sirius spat, though it was conjoined with quite a bit of mirth that time, as he gave them all smug smirks. Harry had said the same thing as him. Oh, they all muttered. Well, at least Hermione's suggestion was doable. They could only imagine his reaction, though, and James and Remus couldn't help but exchange a half-terrified look as all of what he'd say to this came to their mind. Sirius had come back to the country just because Harry's scar had hurt. What would he do when he heard about this? I highly doubt I saw this coming, Sirius grumbled. His eyes still narrowed as he tried to understand his own future mind. He clearly was being mindful of something. If his cryptic little comment was anything to go by, then maybe he had been expecting some trouble, and that's why he'd wanted to stay close to Harry, but no one would have seen this coming. I believe that, Lily said sincerely, now watching him out of the corner of her eye. I wouldn't do it as myself, at least. He rolled his eyes at all of them staring at him. I'd change into my dog and become his new shadow instead. That didn't make me feel much better, Harry muttered, as they all noticed he didn't deny it. Why would he? Harry demanded uneasily, feeling bad at Sirius' flinch. He felt bad for trying to hide something like this from his godfather, but he still had a point. It would be better for his sanity if he didn't know. Harry, this will be a very publicized event, James sighed. I wouldn't be surprised if it was already front headline news, and even if Sirius isn't bothering to look at any of that, it'll be the talk of wherever he is. He will find out about this, so Hermione's right. Better it come from you. Harry groaned, but nodded his head in agreement, hoping Hermione got that through to him. I expect she'd do a rather poor impersonation of me, Sirius said sagely, giving Harry a moment to start laughing at least. Sirius fully relaxed for the first time since he'd heard this happening to Harry. He knew it would have bothered him greatly if Harry never had written to him about this, and though it hurt that it took Hermione convincing him to do so, he hoped that it would be of some comfort to Harry that he really did have someone besides Hermione who believed him and was just trying to watch out for him. Always more fascinating than feeding ducks, Remus sighed. I can't picture him asking Ron for a bottle of ink, let alone his ruddy owl, Lily sniffed. This ought to be interesting, James got out after a heavy sigh. For once that jealousy wasn't returning, that Harry had to turn to Sirius instead of him about this. At least Harry had someone to talk to. Well, that's one way to start, Lily told him with an almost straight face, fascinated her son was pretending to start this letter off in a casual manner. I think at some point you can keep this letter to pertinent information only. Remus rolled his eyes. Harry began rubbing absently at his chest, his face going vacant as he clearly all too well remembered that. Sirius scooted just that little bit closer to him and said, Don't worry, pup, we know everything works out fine. It seemed to take a moment for that to sink in before Harry shook himself and smiled at him, saying, Yeah, I know. He looked for a moment like he wanted to add something more, but when he didn't, Sirius just decided to keep going, rather than Harry forcing anything out. The concern's touching, James told Harry with a straight face, but I'm sure out of everyone, Buckbeak is the most okay. It was the first time they'd all collectively snorted in amusement since the start of this stupid goblet mess, and as they knew it wasn't going to go away for a long time, they basked in the moment while they could. Yoo-ho, Lily muttered, shifting around in unease. This wasn't going to be pretty. I'm going out on a limb here and think you really offended her. Remus winced for Harry's outraged face. Any owl would act like that, Lily sighed, even if she did agree, causing all five of them to wince now, feeling like they'd just received a blow to the gut. It felt like most of the bad situations Harry landed in weren't his fault, and yet he always seemed to get the blame for them anyways. Why does Harry still have to go to lessons? James demanded, seeing Harry's face get more downtrodden the longer this carried on. The bow buttons and Durmstrangs don't. Guess it's a nice distraction at least, Lily sighed, rather than stewing in his room all day. Guess I never really thought about it, Sirius muttered, still wanting to smack any Badger kid right then for making his pup feel worse in an already terrible situation. Least it was the face, Remus told Harry, casting his mind around for anything to get rid of that look again. When we had to do them, one managed to get Sirius in the, okay, he gets it, Sirius yelped in remembered pain, making sure Remus saw his stank eye for bringing that back up before quickly reading on loudly before Harry's laughter could subside. Poor Hermione always seems to be taking the backlash of every fight. James couldn't help but think, but decided against voicing that one. Wish the teachers would show a bit more decorum, Lily muttered, thinking that she thought that far too often. The adults seemed just as bad as the students at that school some days. I swear if Hagrid starts to congratulate you on this, I'll steal his umbrella and give it another crack over his head, Sirius seethed. Of course, can't bleeding go one moment without hearing his opinion on it, James snarled. Lily started to wring her own hands, trying to pretend she wasn't picturing that child's neck instead for making such a cruel comment about her baby. Remus' mouth opened with a little pop of horror, but Sirius decided to get the full pandemonium out before anyone could regain composure. He, but they, why? James balked, trying to imagine the idea made him want to hide inside the forest until Hagrid came to his senses. The only thing I can imagine is that Hagrid's trying to keep them all distracted by such a deadly task. They won't have time to be mocking Harry, Lily huffed. I can't imagine why it won't work, Harry told her with a raised brow. I vote all three, Remus rolled his eyes. See which one gets you first. We can take bets on that instead. They all couldn't help but tense up again, not finding it a coincidence for 1 second Hagrid had pulled him aside. Hagrid would do an even worse impression of me, Sirius said with absolute chipper, unbelievably pleased he was sitting by Harry so that his friends could only give him the stank eye for his running gag, his smile actually widening when still no one told him off for it, for now. I don't blame you for trying to deflect, Lily nodded. But now's not the time to make distinctions, when that wasn't his point. Remus rolled his eyes. The collective sigh of relief they all felt at finally someone other than Hermione treating this situation properly felt like a massive weight had been lifted off them all. Did a piss job of showing it, Sirius grumbled. Lovely, Lily rolled her eyes. I really want to see these things in person, Remus agreed without a trace of sarcasm. Who was he referring to? James asked, considering what Harry had just described. Fun didn't sound like the right word. The Scroots, I'm sure, Harry responded with a stupid, relieved smile still on his face, causing maniacal giggles to erupt through the room, remembering Ron would be one of those, wishing Harry could have gotten pictures of Malfoy being the other. Yeah, that bout covered it, Sirius agreed with a touch of bitterness drowning out the tone he'd been trying for. I think it's a little more narrower than that, Lily spat, the absolute hatred of Harry's friend treating him like that burning almost as much as what Snape had been up to. The fact that he's pissed he doesn't get all the attention doesn't exactly equal out to Harry's always the one in these life or death situations, James agreed with a crinkled nose. Which is saying something when you consider my second year, Harry snapped. Sirius couldn't stop a pitiful sigh, remembering that feeling all too well, never having wished it on his pup. At least he had Hermione. Remus kept muttering things under his breath Lily would have told him off for, especially saying that while holding her baby, and instead told him to keep it in his head or she'd take him back. He won't look so pretty if I get a chance to meet him, James promised. Oh, thank you. At least someone's happy, Lily snapped. Since I'm thinking she says that about every spell, Sirius rolled his eyes, I don't think that's too reassuring. And that felt more like something a teacher would say to help, James rolled his eyes. So it's not even good advice. Well, there's an original look at least, Remus huffed. Bloody hell, kill me now, Sirius groaned, face planting the pages for a moment to collect himself before deciding to just get this over with. Nah, there are worse things, James said with as much enthusiasm as he could as he cast his mind around, though it was difficult to come up with a worse scenario than that. Yeah, all your terrible predictions could come true, Remus quickly jumped in, so you could be drowning in the lake. Or be trampled by a rampaging hippogriff, James agreed with a wicked smirk. Those burns almost came true, Sirius nodded along, if you'd been walking a Scroot like the rest. Harry wasn't exactly looking reassured. Lily had decided this had gone on long enough, she smarted off, or have to deal with a dragon, with a sideways look at Sirius. His smile disappeared at once, and he glared hard at her for a moment before snapping, Now look what you've done, gone and killed all the fun. He turned back to the pages with a humph of protest. That's not helpful advice either, James groaned, remembering the more vivid reaction Ron had once given of throwing a crocodile heart in Malfoy's face. Now that was useful. You'd think the smartest girl in their year would have something smarter to say about this. Hermione couldn't pay them to pull that off, Remus raised a brow in surprise. Lily groaned, fighting back every part of her that wanted to scream that they were all being little shits. If Harry wasn't involved in this, she doubted Malfoy would be supporting Cedric. He was just doing this to be an os to her son. I already hate this, and yet it's going to get worse, James said without a shadow of a doubt. Congratulations, Prongs, Sirius hissed. Well, there's something, James sighed, running his hand through his hair in an effort not to form a fist. That's it. A ferret's too good for this one. Someone turn him into a bug and squish him already. Sirius howled in outrage, unbelievably even more incensed than before now that he'd said that. Won't find me stopping you, Harry hissed, thinking back to that built-up anger he'd been feeling at Hogwarts for so long and hoping it would snap on him. Don't you harry him, Lily snarled. You've punched him for saying less. He shouldn't have had the time, Remus snapped. You should have shot a curse the moment your wand cleared your pocket. Or shot one while your wand was still in your pocket, Sirius agreed. Sneak attacks get the best results. Tame, James raised a brow. But acceptable, Sirius shrugged. For starters, Remus smirked. Don't recognize that one, Lily said in surprise. Knowing Malfoy, I doubt it's a nice one. Harry frowned, trying to think back what it had done to him. Shit, they all yelped, sitting up much straighter in their seats to hear what had happened. What did he do to her? James growled. Harry felt the briefest bit of something, relieved his friend was still in there enough to care about their mutual friend. It was still being drowned with worry about Hermione. Oh no, Lily sighed. Oh, that poor thing. Lily couldn't help but coo. Harry definitely sent a better curse, Sirius said with a raised brow. What exactly was that spell meant to do? Elongate whatever feature it hit. Is that really the point now? She snapped at him. Sirius gave a half-hearted shrug. He felt bad for Hermione, of course, but he was far more concerned Malfoy would keep going while Harry was distracted. And still, this situation is going to somehow get worse, James seethed. Remus was probably the only one who thought that Harry had technically drawn first, not that he'd admit that to his dying breath, Malfoy more than deserved it. I know for a fact they don't have to bother hiding, Remus snapped. The others' mouths flopped open in horror, apparently too outraged to start yelling at him on top of everything else. It was likely to wear off in moments, but James recovered first. Taking all of his built-up frustration and anger that he was trying his hardest not to use on Ron, he had no problems directing them at this wastrel. He began calling Snape every single thing he could think of for what he'd just done to that girl, still a child in respect to when this had happened. At least when he treated Harry like garbage, he understood the reason. But with the other kids like Neville and Hermione, he didn't bleeding understand why he seemed to go out of his way to do this to them. Lily or anyone else couldn't blame this on him and Snivelus, war, to take it out on these random kids. Remus had been victimized all his life, and he'd never done a bleeding thing like this. He pegged a lot of it down to how he must have developed into a Death Eater, how those loons must have turned an already screwed up, twisted little man into someone whose sole purpose was to make a bunch of kids cry on a regular basis. The only explanation he could come up with was because he was an arse. The yelling was forced to die down, as it so often did, because the baby in the room began crying right along with them, and no one wanted to hear that noise. Remus was having problems keeping him simmered down, though, mostly because he was so on edge himself, and it was happening so frequently. It truly was sad. They couldn't seem to go one chapter anymore without finding something to upset their charge. But no one wanted to put him up either, like they hoped if they just kept going they'd find a reason to keep him near. Lily was nearly crying herself, though in frustration. How her oldest friend, who'd always been so kind to her, could actually reduce a child to tears like that. It used to be unthinkable. Now she was regretting every moment she couldn't curse Snape into oblivion. Wish you could have done worse, Sirius growled. Remus made such a noise. It sounded like he was being strangled. He just couldn't put into words how wrong this was, and that no one ever stopped him from doing it. Don't know what's stopping you, James snarled. Dumbledore shouldn't even stand for that. Oh, for the love of Merlin, Lily practically shrieked. I am going to crack his head open next. How long is that little twat going to hold this against you? If Hermione believes you, and he clearly still cares enough about her to stand up for her, why wouldn't her word be good enough for him even if yours wasn't? Harry said nothing. No one actually had an answer for. Least you found something pleasant to do in there, Remus snapped. That gave at least 4 of them a little twitch, some of their anger ebbing away to be replaced with shock at such a thing. Here was Lily's proof. Harry, and most likely the rest of his classmates, clearly weren't old enough to have learned those spells, yet if they just threw them around like this. Even if Harry didn't mean it, though the ugly look on his face showed he wasn't quite repentant yet, that still wasn't just some casual toss around. He is not, Lily got out through grounded teeth. I don't give a damn about the stupid magic keeping us in here. I will dig my way out and murder him if he puts a damn drop of it anywhere near you. Points for originality on that one, Sirius said grimly. Is he stalking you in the middle of your classes now? Remus asked rhetorically, knowing that wasn't the case, but it was fun to pick it anyways rather than dealing with things they couldn't. What's he getting blamed for now? James snapped of no one. Honestly, though he was pleased, they all were, getting him out of that room for any reason. What's Bagman want? Harry asked in surprise. Not quite sure off the top of my head, Sirius frowned. Harry went startling red and buried his face in his hands, thinking he'd now rather be poisoned by Snape than have Colin say that. Photographs for the champions, of course, Remus sighed. This is what Hermione meant earlier, Lily groaned. They're going to plaster you across the papers like a show. I'd love to shove him in front of a camera if there was ever a time he actually didn't want it, Sirius snapped. Or shove the camera into him, Remus agreed. He might not be doing the best job, James groaned, but give the kid points for being persistent. Not many students would have said all that to Snape. They'd have scampered back out and gotten Bagman to tell himself, Lily agreed. James was grinding his teeth together to stop himself from still yelling about those stupid things, wishing he could jam one of those down someone's throat with or without magic. Not the word I'd use, Remus said tightly. You can just hear the pure sincerity in that, Sirius groused. Wait, why was he even the one to go get Harry? Lily asked. Shouldn't he have been in class? James only had to pause a moment as he cast his mind around before saying, I picture it like this. Bagman was saying how someone needed to go collect Harry for this, but no one on hand knew which class he was in. Colin was on the way to his own class and overheard this, offered to go get him, and was allowed to be late for his class in order to fetch him. Less of a scene if another student does it, at least I would hope, he finished with some mumbling at the end. Harry felt a wave of hatred wash through him as he first remembered catching sight of this person, though he frowned, not understanding why, and didn't say anything aloud so not attracting anyone's attention to it for now. For some reason, though, he thought they wouldn't have long to wait to join him. You know, for some star Quidditch player, has he actually ever been seen doing anything about it? Remus asked, pleased beyond words to have finally found something fun to think about this chapter. Nope, Lily agreed, though her like for the guy went up because of it. Flirting is one way to get a good mood, Lily rolled her eyes. Can't honestly blame him, Sirius snickered. The what? Harry interrupted with some nerves, clutching his wand a little tighter to him. Not sure, Lily said honestly. We've only heard about the big things to do with this, but Bagman makes it sound like another sort of tradition so, she finished with a shrug, at least at ease with this part that she hadn't heard about rather than the abundance of things she had. Ah, that makes sense, I guess, Remus nodded, though honestly people should get their wands checked every few years anyways, just to be safe. Yep, Harry was right. The moment that name registered, they were all back to insanely agitated as they began muttering death threats at this stupid woman for having a go at Arthur like that. Small indeed, Sirius sniffed without a trace of belief. Least she admits it, Lily curled up her lip. What's she asking him for? James snapped. Ask Harry, he's the one who should answer. Asking after the fact doesn't cut it, Remus snapped. I didn't want to be rude, Harry grumbled, a sense telling him he wouldn't care about that long. Really? Sirius scowled. She couldn't have just led you to another classroom, that's just weird. What's that? Harry asked, his unease rising with every word she said. Not sure, Lily's frown deepened despite her words. That's pretty useful, Remus said with honest interest. Though I do wonder how that thing works without ink. Wish I had one of those, Sirius agreed. Would have made my homework more bearable if I hadn't had to write it all. Honestly, it sounds like a self-writing quill, James shrugged. But that still requires ink. Maybe this is the next version of it. Lily did a double take on reading that though, saying slowly, well, not exactly like a self-writing one then. Maybe it's magic to take in the details of what the speaker's seeing and thinking as well as what's being said, Remus thought out. It's why you need to suck on it, to personalize it, though I still don't understand what exactly it's writing with. Did you actually hear what it was saying, though? Sirius was still frowning at this little thing. Attractive, punctured, inflated reputations. I'm not liking this thing if this is how it's going to be writing about Harry. When no one answered him, most likely in agreement judging by their suddenly wary faces, he decided to keep reading. This could be good for him, James groaned while he ran his hand through his hair, already completely frustrated that this wasn't going to go the way he was hoping but still trying. Get his side of the story out there. We've already had previous writings of hers to show what an arse she is, Lily sniffed. I wouldn't hold your breath, love. Remus made a noise like someone had trodden on hickory, though none of them sounded a bit better as they were already sick of saying that on Harry's behalf. They couldn't imagine how frustrated he must have been by now. I hate her already. Sirius' scowl kept growing the more he got out. Please tell me you get up and leave. Harry just muttered something inarticulate. Frequently, Lily hissed. How would she know about any of that? Harry demanded. I don't think she's referring to any of your times at school, James muttered, making Harry flinch and back down. Beginnings, Remus huffed, said two parents gave an automatic flinch that they were so used to by now they barely felt the sting of it anymore. Barely. Actually, in reverse order, but not too far off. James rolled his eyes, at least giving Harry a small smirk for a moment. It's likely you had that expression, Remus told the slowly growing murderous look with a straight face. In which case, I do wonder why Rita hasn't tried to run from that cupboard yet. That's probably not the first time he's found something like that, Sirius muttered to no one's amusement. Did his mind really have to go there? I think for once I don't want to argue with her, Lily muttered with a touch of poison, still too strung up about Rita having cornered her son into all of that. Actually, I'd prefer to keep him there, Sirius rolled his eyes. Sans Rita, of course, but he'd probably be better off than dealing with that school. Who knew a cupboard would ever be good for me again? Harry snickered, though he was the only one who did at that unpleasant reminder. Not surprised he's the expert, Remus shrugged. Now that's an interesting choice, Lily said in surprise. Wonder if it ever has any weird side affects, Remus agreed. So she is part Vila, Sirius' interest grew tenfold. Can't say I'm not intrigued to meet this one. She's not even half your age yet, Remus reminded. Move along. Sirius stuck his tongue out at him. Oh yeah, I can't because he's being an arse, Harry grumbled to himself. What a lovely steed, James snickered. Harry looked surprised at the very idea. It had never occurred to him, but then he looked around and saw the others rolling their eyes at such a practice. Cedric seemed even more vain than Crumb lately. Oh, don't freak out about that, pup. Sirius rolled his eyes. I've only heard of people doing that who are in show business type things where their wand is regularly scrutinized. Most people don't bother with it. Cedric probably only did because he may have had foreknowledge of this happening, Lily agreed. Actually, he said he did it regularly, Remus corrected. Well then, cheers to him, James rolled his eyes. But it's still worthless. Though that at least gave them all a giggle. He's just so pleasant the more I hear, Lily rolled her eyes. Harry jerked like someone had just electrocuted him, though no one had any idea of why. When Harry looked at them for some kind of explanation, though, Sirius answered, he's another wand maker like Ollivander, but lives pretty far off. Most likely in the vicinity of the Durmstrang students. I've only ever heard of him by name. He's got some odd rumors spread around him, Remus shrugged, but we've no idea about him really. Odd rumors like what? Harry pressed eagerly, wondering if this was where his odd feeling was coming from. Oh, just some tosh about how he based his designs off the Elder Wand. Lily tried to wave it all off. Same bout of nonsense as Ollivander supposedly using Merlin. What's the Elder Wand? Harry half shouted as a gong was going off in his head telling him to persist this. The others looked honestly concerned now as James placed a restraining hand on Harry's shoulder, gently instructing. Just an old kid's myth. Relax, Harry. We'll show it to you later if you'd really like. Harry deflated like a punctured balloon. Whatever trail his mind had been trying to lead him down instantly diverted by being distracted by his dad. He nodded with genuine disappointment, but didn't push the matter for now, though honestly the others wanted him to slightly. What on earth could Harry get up to that would lead him questioning all of this? Wish you hadn't gone last, Sirius told him while trying to catch his eye, as Harry was still rubbing furiously at his temple for whatever had been bothering him before. I feel like that just puts more attention on you. Harry didn't acknowledge him. That distracted Harry, as he came back to this story with another shudder, though at least they all understood this one. Even they weren't entirely sure what to make of that scrap of information, having no idea where to begin to understand what it meant to their boy. Can't honestly blame you, James shivered. It still gave him a chill to think about it. Can't deny I love that resemblance. Lily rolled her eyes. Well, he shouldn't. Remus scowled at once at the idea. That goofy story about Cedric's wand was harmless, but that's personal information about Harry. Never seems to stop anyone else, Harry reminded bitterly. Least that could be interesting, Sirius huffed. Yeah, I vote for that one, James grumbled, still smarting over that stupid potions class on top of everything else going on. Can I not? Harry protested, wanting to take his shirt and cover his whole head up just to stop this from happening. If only dear, Lily agreed grimly. Where I'm sure Harry was trying to join him, James scowled. Can't blame him for that one, though, Sirius grinned. Harry was pure scarlet in the face by the end of all that, wishing he could just live off of Polyjuice potion and be anyone else beside himself. Wait, the others hadn't even been laughing at his expense. They'd been too busy feeling sorry for the poor boy for all of this, which is why Sirius hadn't hesitated to see a dawning look on Harry's face be wiped away when he continued. Pleasant, Sirius growled, thinking he'd rather take another shot at Rita than this twit. The second, four of them muttered under their breath. I'll take that, Remus agreed. Are you going to make that face at me every time I say that? Sirius demanded without looking up. We're just so proud of you showing off your head, Lily told him pleasantly. We don't get to see it too much. Sirius lifted one hand, and one finger in particular, away from the book in her direction before continuing. And just how do you plan on doing that? James asked in surprise. Wouldn't be impossible for him to sneak in there again as Padfoot, Remus pointed out, though his face too looked more concerned than eager for the idea. Though why the common room? If you were going to sneak back in, you could have chosen any more vacant place in the castle. Would you all relax? Sirius groaned, still trying not to look up at them all. I got away with this for over a year. Would you bleeding give me some credit? All on your own, Harry reminded, vestiges of fear still lingering as he still tried to get through to Sirius what a terrible idea this was. The more people who you try to make contact with, though, the more likely. You're not going to do anything to get me caught, Sirius cut him off, finally looking up to glare at his pup. Now relax, the lot of you. This has been depressing enough without you all harping on me. They all gave in for now. Not going to argue with any of that, though, James sighed. Chapter's done, Sirius sighed as he passed the book to Harry. Chapter 20, The Hungarian Horntail. Chapter text. Harry sighed deeply as he turned to his chapter, knowing he was praying for a miracle, just for one good thing to happen this chapter. Sirius was still waiting for that moment where that could be said with a smile on his face, like Harry talking to him should cause, not a lifeline, because the rest of the world was being so bad to him. Harry couldn't help a shiver, feeling that description felt a little too close to real. Good times, James muttered absently, trying to push past the moment he realized how few of those Harry really had. Lily groaned as her eyes flickered to her son, unbelieving that she couldn't even call him out on over-exaggerating that. If she didn't know better, she'd be terrified for his life as well. She did know better, and she still was. Talking it out will still help, Remus tried to say with some comfort, though it came out too wobbly to work. Nah, he'd probably just blame the twins. Sirius finally found something real to smile at again. You're not as much of a problem as you seem to think. I'll bet you get away with it. How is that possible? Lily balked. I still believe it, Harry sighed, not needing a memory to know that could get true for him. James opened his mouth, a pitying look in place, but clearly trying to comfort Harry. Talk of the tournament was better than he was fearing, but Harry blurted the whole thing out first. Then his head flopped back against the couch, and he had to fight every impulse he had not to cover his ears and sing loudly so as not to hear what Harry said next. Would actually feel bad for him under normal circumstances, Remus sighed. Still wish it had been over him than Harry, James scoffed. Or even Crumb, Sirius agreed. Harry had the unnatural look of someone who'd eaten a live fish as everything in that paper came back to him, none of it pleasant. James and Lily felt some terrible minglings going on inside them. How they half-wished that was true, and Harry did think about them more, but were almost pleased none of this ever did cross his mind, as it would only hurt more. For Rita to be saying any of this without it having anything to do with Harry, though, possibly pushed her up on level with Snape right off the bat. Harry was planning on not pausing to see reactions to this for as long as he could, trying to get through this waste of paper as quickly as possible. Remus was listening to all of this in an almost detached way, his mind flickering to where on earth he was in all of this. Sirius had never mentioned him in his mad attempt to get back into the country. Could he have possibly come across this article and believed it? That would hurt him, to think Harry had opened up to this Skeeter woman like that. What would he and Sirius be thinking about all of this? Did I miss something? Lily demanded of nothing. Who on earth is claiming to be your love? A colorful look was brewing on Harry's face, made up mainly of disbelief at the nonsense for this part. Stalker, Sirius corrected, as even if he isn't following you this year, he still knows where you are at all times. He's rarely seen without Ron. James rolled his eyes. Do people think they're around snogging? You guys were the ones making fun of me for this earlier, Harry reminded, happy to see them laughing this off, but unable to stop himself. Why are you mocking this now? One, Lily pointed out, because you've made it very clear she's just a friend and we believe you. Even without the text, Sirius snorted. Two, Lily kept going, this Skeeter woman is being a right something to be talking to anyone but you about your love life and publishing it. She needs to find something better to do with her time. Harry gave them an easy smile of thanks, actually feeling a bit better as he kept going now. Harry rolled his eyes at that, finding yet another exaggeration. He most certainly was not top, average at best. He could name 5 other people in every class who tried to give an answer as often as Hermione. I feel like that instance with Malfoy may become a recurring thing, James sighed. And say I'm not looking forward to that part at least, Sirius shrugged. At least it's more entertaining. Can't imagine how long it took for that to happen, Lily groaned, finding her son to usually be so mild-mannered. It must have taken a lot for him to reach this. Harry couldn't get that out with nearly the same volume or contempt as he had before, not with his mother in the room, and giving such a horrible flinch at that declaration. Oops, Sirius winced for Harry's flabbergasted face. Harry felt his hands start to shake slightly, as he in no way wanted to read out his first task happening in less than a week, yet he was probably the best to be doing so. Then again, he'd probably be more happy if this book just skipped over the whole event. Oh, come on, pup, Sirius pouted when he realized the topic had changed. What was your response? Cho's clearly taken an interest back in you. Work with that. I didn't answer, Harry muttered, as embarrassed to admit this to them as he had to Cho, just walked away. They were all disappointed to hear that talking about Harry's love life of a girl he actually liked was far more fun than that tournament, which I'm honestly disappointed to hear, Remus smirked, as we know she can be quite good at it. Could have put a few more Malfoys in place, and with practice could even have gotten away with some, James agreed. Don't know what she's laughing at, Lily raised a sharp brow, as at least that's a cute animal. Wasn't she the one described as an ugly old dog? Harry just shrugged as he said, Pansy never caught my eye in looks, so. He trailed off to indicate he really didn't have much to say before moving on. Got to give that girl endless credit, though, Lily smiled warmly. She's grown a lot from that little first year who ran off crying. I blame Harry for that, James snickered. Doing everything she's done will give anyone confidence. How could he? Sirius seethed. Any good mood they'd had snatched back away at once. He more than anyone should know about Harry on those subjects. Search me, Harry muttered bitterly. Can only imagine how exhausting that would be, Remus winced, thankful he'd never had to live through an argument that bad. At least when the marauders fought, they made it up to each other quick enough with a prank or two. Even at their worst, they hadn't had a dividing friend. Completely reasonable, Sirius agreed. Then he should admit it rather than acting like a toddler, Lily snapped. Harry's shoulders sagged a bit as he got that out, still wishing he hadn't admitted that, aloud or otherwise. What's with all this fascination on summoning charms? Lily asked. Even the smallest distraction was taken with gratitude at this point. It's not the only spell you learned that year, and you're so far in Flitwick should have started your class in on something else even if you hadn't caught up. It was Hermione who kept reminding me about it, Harry grumbled, still unable to shake this odd feeling like he'd be grateful for it. I'd never outright been able to not do a spell. At least before I'd always managed a small version of it, along with the rest of the class, by the time we'd moved on. She wouldn't let it go that I hadn't been able to get this one even a bit. Maybe he just likes to read, Sirius rolled his eyes. Not sure what he'd find in there, Remus said in surprise. Even trying to go off of previous tournaments won't help him much. They change them every time. Can't blame her for that, though, James scoffed. Most likely true, Lily rolled her eyes in agreement. Oh, come on, Hermione, Sirius protested at once at the same time James declared. Now, there's no need to take your agitation out on the sport. Lily had to fight down the urge to repress a giggle at their outraged faces of Hermione's mispronunciation, which only increased in difficulty as Harry clearly sided with them as he kept going. Don't need to imagine that, Remus smirked. I just saw it firsthand. There was a collective sigh in the room, all of them wishing for the 100th time they could stop hearing about this, all of them knowing they wouldn't. Ron seems to have replaced you too with Dean and Seamus, Sirius sniffed. So I think he's just fine. Not happening, Remus snapped at once. Can't believe you haven't been wearing that around the castle just for a reprieve, James shrugged. I used to do that a fair few times when I didn't want to be spotted, and you've been living that recently. Harry nodded in agreement, wishing he'd thought of that sooner. You get used to that, Sirius waved off. Good to know they don't do that 24/7, Lily seethed. And, Remus raised a brow, you'd think she'd do that more often. I know I do, have to get intelligent conversations from somewhere from time to time. Love you too, Moony, Sirius rolled his eyes. The four of them felt a bone-deep shiver at the last time Harry had been in there, hoping that feeling would go away soon. There needs to be restrictions on that, James scowled. No one who's a threat to the children allowed. She's not technically threatening me, Harry reminded with a look that said he still agreed with his dad. Making your life a living hell should count, Lily huffed. Neither do I, Remus muttered, yet it keeps coming up. I didn't need to see his face to guess at that either, Sirius nodded. Oh, I bet they just love that, James rolled his eyes. Their kid brother following them around. Guess Dean and Seamus don't want to put up with him either, Sirius agreed nastily. You've more restraint than any of us, Remus sniffed. Is that still at 3? Lily asked with interest. She'd managed to add a few more, Harry admitted with an attempt at a smile, but still very few, and none of them could be considered active except her. When my biggest problem was Sirius, oh wait, that's all the time, Remus huffed. I think Harry's been beating me out, Sirius protested without any real heat, honestly wishing he was the focus more than his pup. The kid needed a break. I doubt that'll work any better, James shrugged. Really, I'm surprised she hasn't taken a hint yet. I doubt she will until she finds her own conclusions, Lily reminded, hoping she could hear those when they came about. The poor thing could turn into a ghost and not see that come true, Remus winced for her. Oh, I'm sure she'll figure something out by then, Sirius waved him off, causing bursts of genuine laughter from the three marauders, as they hadn't heard a sentence like that since their first year, and it had quickly been corrected. Indeed, Harry had a bright smile of his own in place at the reminder. Now ignoring the others, continued giggling. The smile slipped off all of them at once, having envisioned much the same thing back when this stupid thing had been announced. Why couldn't Harry's life ever be that simple? Fascinating. Lily rolled her eyes without any inflection, as she couldn't seem to care too much for them when a Hare Bear had to deal with so much more on top of their problems. Some of that jealousy finally returned to James when he heard that, wishing Harry would stop bringing that up. He was happy Harry had someone to talk to about this. He wasn't going to deny that, but did he have to mention it every 5 minutes lately? Thank you for that absolute comfort, Remus groaned, crossing his fingers Harry hadn't just jinxed that. I can imagine why that would insult her, Sirius said with a fond smile. Least some things don't change, James agreed mildly. Moody'd been that way for years. Wait, what? The three boys yelped in shock, sitting up a little straighter. Harry's wasn't the only mouth that flopped open in shock. I've never known anything to see past my cloak, James snapped at once, outrage clear on his features that something had penetrated his treasured object. What on earth is Moody's eye made out of? Remus demanded of nothing. Good thing Moody wasn't ever in school when we were, Sirius scowled, or we'd have been in a lot more trouble. We use that thing a lot more than Harry does. Well, have you ever tested it against things that can see through invisibility? Lily asked. That mirror saw through it. The boys didn't look happy, but agreed they supposed they hadn't run the cloak against everything they could have. It was just disconcerting to realize otherwise. Oh, I believe that, Sirius nodded. Why? The four not reading demanded at once. They liked Hagrid enough, but no midnight meeting at his place had yet to end well. You're not going to like the answer, Harry seemed to mutter without realizing as he kept going. And there's that, Sirius agreed with just a touch of snoot to his voice. Hagrid can talk to him all the time at the castle. I'm a little more restricted. Still, Lily sighed, it's not like Hagrid to invite Harry out after curfew, so whatever he's got to say must be important. Harry shouldn't just blow that off either. I think he can make both, Remus frowned, so long as Hagrid hurries up whatever it is. Well, let's hope so, Harry said with huge relief, though not admitting the majority of that came from the realization there was no way his meetings with both Hagrid and Sirius could be crammed into the normal length of these chapters. Hopefully, this meant he wouldn't have to read about his task after all. Oh yeah, that's still going on, James muttered randomly. Wow, what's a stalker good for if he won't even be on your side? Sirius raised a brow, while Harry gave him a hard nudge for that continued picking. Oh, Lily cooed. Well, thank them for that. At least someone's trying to keep it fair. Harry didn't look remotely pleased at the idea. That was all he needed, his name showing up all the more, but he couldn't deny he found the idea flattering at least. Some improvement required, Remus snorted. Why would you bother with that? James smirked. We went out all the time under that. She stopped asking long ago what it was. She usually just seemed to assume it was someone who opened it, then closed it again from the inside just to annoy her, Sirius agreed wickedly. And I've never seen the students question it either, Remus agreed with a careless shrug. In a school full of magic, not many people bothered to question such things as a door they thought might have moved. Harry just shrugged, not having wanted to raise more suspicion than he had to. Wonder what the purpose of Harry noticing the Beauxbatons' carriage was lit up before was. Sirius tried for a vague tone. Can't have anything to do with Hagrid's appearance again. James didn't even pretend at the same tone. Both terrifying options. Lily nodded in agreement, but I'm hoping Hagrid will have something more relevant for you. Like a secret he'll finally let slip of what could be coming for the first task. Harry blinked at her for a few moments, quite sure she was right, but didn't press it just in case. That wasn't encouraging. Remus' brows shot up at once. Starting to get less fun, James agreed, his hand already wanting to mess with his hair with nerves. What is Hagrid up to? Lily sighed, sounding more exasperated than curious now. When we find out, I'll let you know, Sirius snarked. Credit for trying, Remus snickered, as both Harry and Hagrid had clearly managed to butcher the French word. Same here, pup. Sirius was frowning and starting to get fidgety, possibly for no good reason, but this really was getting weirder by the moment. You meant easy, dear, Lily corrected. What? Harry asked, only slightly distracted. It's a meiotic reference to her height, so you should have said she wasn't easy to miss, Lily explained. Harry watched her for a few beats before smiling slightly and turning back to the book. This does have something to do with the first task. Lily's brows shot up into her hairline now. If Maxim doesn't tell Fleur whatever it is, I'll kiss Sirius, James scoffed. Don't make bets you can't win prongs, Sirius tried for his casual voice, but the joke was lost as they were all consumed with curiosity now. Harry was starting to get a prickling feeling up his spine, though, knowing right now he would be quite glad if he didn't leave. Harry's mouth started to go dry. Already anxiety was creeping back into him for whatever he was fixing to find out, and all humor was drained right out of the room as the others listened intently for what beast this could be. Harry sat there with an expression he was sure he was also wearing at 14. Fear. How on earth was he expected to get past a living nightmare? His shell-shocked reaction was a kindness compared to his godfather's, though. No, 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 no. No, 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 this is not happening. I am done, no. The second that bloody beast had seeped into his brain, that the mental image of what Harry was fixing to have to be put through really sunk in, he got to his feet and stormed for the stairs, muttering no over and over again, along with a few choice words. The others watched him storm out, unsure what to say to him, let alone tell themselves in any attempt to feel like this could ever be okay. This was finally too much. Dragons. the most powerful creature that existed, and they were going to send an individual person to try, and what? It didn't matter. The act of the task wasn't the point, dragons. The baby began fussing, and Remus quickly realized he needed a diaper change. He quickly darted up the stairs as well, leaving the three of them in more blank silence. No one seemed to know what to say. What could they say? At least Harry had survived whatever on earth he was fixing to combat, but it wasn't going to stop all of them from having a massive panic attack while it was happening, and most likely a flashback to what had happened to Sirius. Some of Harry's shock seemed to wear off as he gave himself a shake, glancing at his two parents with an attempt at a normal smile as he said, "Guess I owe Hagrid a thanks. Can only imagine that I would have frozen up if I'd seen that for the first time officially in the tournament." "Yes, I guess so," Lily murmured her agreement. "I just can't believe. What are they thinking?" Harry seemed to move unconsciously closer to his dad, who was bouncing his knee in that agitated way he did. When James realized what Harry was doing, he managed to still himself and bury that almost selfish glee that Sirius had temporarily vacated. Otherwise, Harry probably would have been trying to comfort him. He quickly kicked that feeling away. He was being a prick. Harry would want to try to get closer to someone he actually knew rather than a guy he'd only ever heard the name of. His mental back and forth was cut off anyways by Sirius returning, along with Remus right behind him. Sirius was now holding the baby, and the two were bickering long before they'd been heard. "I know he makes it out all right. Don't see why I have to hear about the bloody incident. This is base torture, you know." Remus had his hand on Sirius' shoulder as he guided him back into the room, patiently reminding, "Because I can guess right now that the chapters you decide to flake out on will have something important in them, and you'll badger us and try to reread it yourself anyways. This way is far easier. Plus, if you faint again, at least I won't have to be the only one to deal with it." "I didn't faint." Sirius snapped at once as he threw himself into his seat with as much violence as he could while still minding his injuries and the baby in his arms. You all right?" James asked quickly as he eyed Sirius with a lot more concern now. He hadn't realized he was going to get that bad. "I'm fine," he snapped, keeping eyes only on the baby. "Let's throw you in the room with a fire-breathing dragon for Merlin knows how many hours and see you not remember it." "I'm sure it'll be fine," Remus kept at his calm tone. "You know the best way to distract a dragon is to get it in the eye. You'll pass that information along to Harry. Whatever happens, he'll be fine." Sirius still grumbled a bit under his breath, still not quite able to shake off his memory, but at least it was now being overlaid by the advice Remus had given him about a dragon's weak spot. Surely Remus was right. He'd tell Harry that as soon as possible. It still wasn't that comforting. When that silence just kept laying thicker in the room, Sirius really did snap at Harry. "Oh, would you just keep going?" Harry looked from Sirius to the others, but when no one else had anything to say, he decided to do just that, if anything just because he was sick of the quiet. "Wouldn't?" Remus demanded, now looking faint as well. Who actually decided putting dragons behind a wooden enclosure was a good idea? With any luck, they're enchanted not to burn, and probably the easiest temporary pens, Lily huffed. The longer Harry kept reading out descriptions, the more likely Sirius looked to lose consciousness all over again. Yet James kept waving him on frantically in a pleading attempt to get this over with. "Swedish short snout," Remus muttered. "Common Welsh green," he pointed out again. "Chinese fireball," he said for his ears alone, since Lily was giving him an increasingly nasty look for constantly doing this when no one really wanted to know. Remus didn't seem capable of getting that last one out, for which Lily was grateful, as his running commentary was leaning her towards smacking him next, but honestly she was more terrified still that just naming the beast was bothering him. "I wouldn't blame a combination of both," James said weakly. "Got the longest range of all the breeds," Remus agreed with a shiver. Lily leaned in close and whispered, "I am going to strangle you for Sirius if you don't knock it off." "I can't help it," he muttered. "Either I talk or I start screaming my own head off." Lily pursed her lips for a moment before leaning back in agreement. At least he was whispering it mostly to himself. "I'm going to dismember him," Sirius murmured, keeping his fingers curled as tightly around his little charge as he could without hurting him. "Considering they weigh more than several of those trees, wouldn't surprise me," Remus grumbled. "Oh joy, guess now we get to know what he meant," James groaned. How did they even get them here? Harry demanded without really wanting to know. I seriously doubt they did what we had to Norbert, he finished with an expectant look at Sirius. Sirius gave another hard shiver, but he really did finally seem to be calming down as he shot back. Never doubt what I can do, pup. Please quit winding him up, Lily grumbled. I liked him better silent. Love you to Lils. Sirius rolled his eyes at her. Remus actually turned to answer Harry. Well, as Charlie said, they knock them out so they can't do anything stupid, but then they turn their packaging into portkeys. However, well, you saw the results of them waking up in an unfamiliar place. Asterisk. Why couldn't Charlie's friends have just done that to Norbert? Harry demanded with a huff. Portkeys are monitored, Lily shrugged. Any time the spell is used to create one, the Ministry knows about it, and it would have been a lot harder for them to explain that than just say running across a baby wild dragon. Harry nodded in agreement, but decided to move on. The quicker he got away from those things, the better. All five of them had looks of shock on their face at that. They knew how much Hagrid cared about them, so they did suppose seeing a fully grown one like this would be a dream come true. It was just mind-boggling for this to be anyone's reaction. So, Remus, James asked in a too high-pitched voice, which one should Harry pick to try and deal with? None, Remus said at once with a drawn look, before receiving a smack upside the head and a stern look from his seatmate before quickly correcting himself. I mean any of them. Yeah, Harry's going to make a breeze of the lot. You're just so encouraging, Sirius told him deadpan. How do you do it? Yes, all five of them agreed. Not really, Lily snorted, though she supposed if Maxim didn't agree with Hagrid's fascination, the romance was quick to die, so best get it out there now. I gathered that, thank you, Lily shivered. Sirius felt a little vomit trying to fly up his throat at the thought. Get past them, eh? James asked, who seemed to have developed a nervous twitch in his leg which wasn't going away. That's nicer than what I was picturing. Is it going to be like timed? Lily raised a curious brow as she tried at a guess. You have to be in an enclosure with them for so long. Please, I am begging you, stop, Sirius groaned. He was planning on ripping off his ears when the actual event came. He did not want to sit around speculating about it until then. Mercifully, they heeded him. I don't want to know why either, Remus balked, now fearing Lily's guess may be hitting home, and it had just become quantifiably more dangerous. No one actually wanted to hear what Harry was fixing to describe. Even Remus, who knew what was coming, wasn't at all curious to hear a live description rather than a drawing. Ha! Wonder where they got their name from. James rolled his eyes. I will murder him if he even considers it, Sirius said with sincerity. I think that moan meant he was already thinking about it, Harry pointed out, though quickly tacked on, but I'm sure Hagrid's learned his lesson. Nice save, James snorted, none of them honestly believing him. Was that sad that Charlie had to warn him? Lily rolled her eyes. Charlie more than anyone knows Hagrid is likely to do it, Remus shrugged. No, he's not, Harry muttered mutinously. He was much farther from okay, thankful that the book had skipped the fact he may have pissed himself a little when he'd first caught sight of those things himself. Thank you, Charlie, James snarled. As a trained dragon keeper, it bloody warms my heart to hear you saying that. Lily couldn't stop a noise, half pleased that Marley's mothering so clearly extended to Harry as he so sorely needed it. Half agitated anyone else was there for her son when she should have been the one losing her mind in both times. Well, there you go, Harry sighed. Finally someone who's as ticked about it all as you lot. And I thank her, James nodded in agreement. Harry groaned in misery. That's all he wanted, yet more people thinking that of him. It hadn't even hit him yet that people outside of Hogwarts would have read all that stuff as well. Great, now he was the laughing stock of the whole world. What's she doing believing Skeeter's articles anyways? Lily demanded sharply, her tone perhaps a bit much at her own sting of replacement still present. She knows, just as well as we do, what a fraud that woman is after all she wrote about Arthur. Maybe she didn't read who wrote it, James offered with an absent shrug, though none of them really believed this, as Rita had made no qualms about keeping her name present and accounted for. Honestly, none of them had a real excuse for her. That was pretty bad of Marley. Asterisk wouldn't be surprised if he'd forgotten you were there already, James rolled his eyes. There's the bright side, Lily sighed, pushing her hand through her hair as she thought it through. Just imagine if you hadn't at least had time to prepare for this. Daring in the face of the unknown, my arse. No one gets within yards of a dragon and doesn't know about it. Doesn't seem rightly fair, though. Remus frowned as he thought about it. Harry and no one should kid themselves. Fleur now know, but the other two don't. What can you do, though? James shrugged. It's who you know, not what you know. You're terrible, Lily told her husband pleasantly. Wouldn't blame you if you did with foreknowledge, Sirius hissed. Well, don't beat yourself into the ground, though. Lily quickly tried to tack on some encouragement. You lot admitted my best bet was to get it in the eye, Harry scoffed. A rock could do that as well as a spell with good aim. I didn't exactly feel safe. He's getting cheeky, James smirked when Lily had no come back for that. That set most of them into a bit of a panic again. What if Harry didn't figure this out? How badly could he get hurt before someone stepped in? Sirius'll tell you how, Remus reminded at once when he saw them all starting to freak out again. I told him that ages ago. Once he starts breathing again, that's the first thing he'll tell Harry to do. Not sure how much comfort that'll give him. Sirius snorted so violently he may have sent a little of his brains out with it. Beast the size of Hogwarts. Ah, just poke it in the eye. You're exaggerating, James reminded. While Sirius was distracted sticking his tongue out at James, Harry quickly kept on. You run flat into the bricks, Lily muttered, distracted enough herself she knew she might have. What's he doing out there? Sirius snapped, straightening at once with narrowed eyes. He hadn't believed anything could distract him from dragons being around his pup, but a Death Eater did it. Nothing good, James scowled, causing a twisted sort of smile on all of their faces, as they'd love nothing more than for a certain Grim to appear right then and scare the bejesus out of him. Think he saw Hagrid and Maxim walking off? Lily asked in surprise. Got curious where they were going. From where his boat? Remus demanded with a frown. And even so what? What's it to him? I'm betting they've been flirting terribly since they met. What's it to Karkaroff for them to be out like that? Then his face twisted as he realized he may not want an answer to that. He might have heard Hagrid talking earlier. James offered, telling Maxime he had something secret to show her. Karkaroff could just assume it had something to do with the tournament, which he would have been right about, Sirius finished with an roll of his eyes. Even if that was true, it was pretty presumptuous. Oh yeah, nearly forgot about that, Remus muttered with some honest feelings of pity for the Hufflepuff. It didn't feel right, him being left out, but what could be done? Cedric just hadn't the resources like the other champions had of someone offering up the information. He'd be the only one facing this challenge blind, as they all should have been. Well, it would certainly be interesting to hear his at least. You think Sirius will appear there instantly? Lily asked. And freak out if Harry isn't there, James agreed. Or the house elves have cleaned up the smell already, Sirius shrugged. I'm sure that's what they were going for, James snorted. Lily couldn't help a little giggle as she thought about that moment, but Sirius would have calmed him down fast enough. Sirius gave himself a little shake of unease, running his hand through his hair in agitation at the thought. It was by far the kindest description as opposed to other features that had been told. Then he scowled at his friends, who were trying to subtly eye him with worry. Clearly, they hated thinking about him looking so different as he did, but they didn't have to stare. Lily still didn't bother to hide her relieved sigh at that. She'd been worried that Sirius wasn't taking care of himself now that he was out of Azkaban, that he'd actually continue to get worse on his new-found freedom and possible revenge-seeking. This was a good mark of improvement. Harry diffused any tension left from Sirius' description by laughing boyishly at his own mind's choice of words, causing the others to groan and mumble at him, and Sirius, who gave a happy smirk at Harry. They all tensed like a spring to be released. Considering his reaction when this had already happened to Harry, they were honestly terrified of this time and what he'd do. James choked, looking very close to like someone had just tried to blow his head off. The fact that Sirius didn't even flinch at the mention of there being dragons spoke volumes of what his time in Azkaban had done to him. What once had been his greatest fear was suddenly a passing comment. It gave him more of a spin than anything yet that his best friend could have such a radically different reaction. It almost made him feel like he'd lost his best friend to Azkaban and was now being forced to watch some replacement. Sirius just sat there with his head cocked to the side as he realized the same thing James had, though somehow he still managed to grow more worried. He must have found something really bad to try and take Harry's attention away and not try and tell him a dragon's weak point. Lily sighed, and gave an exasperated look at the ceiling. She almost wished he had just changed into Padfoot now and gone there in person. It felt less dangerous than that. Remus felt yet another blow attack him as he wondered why Sirius couldn't have come to his place to do this, or was that being too kind? Did he even have a place? Was he so financially broke he couldn't even offer Sirius that? It's not as if Harry knew, so he couldn't bring himself to even bring it up. Sirius opened and closed his mouth with a great shudder, nothing like that even able to cross his mind now. What? They demanded, James' arm fighting down the impulse to grab Harry and pull him closer on instinct. They'd gone from having suspicions about him to a confirmed panic that a person was a bigger threat to Harry than a dragon. They hadn't thought this day could get worse. Still, Harry didn't let the shock last for long as he unenthusiastically kept going just to know what Sirius had to say about him. There would not be a time where every one of them would hear a thing like that and not get a chill all over. I can see where you're coming from, Lily murmured, her nails biting into her palm and still unable to release a fist. Her brother being forced in there for a crime he didn't commit, while Karkaroff was released because of a trade. A lot of someones were going to be hearing from her on the practice of all this. Fair enough, Remus agreed, though they've hardly formed a friendship so far. I wouldn't know that, Sirius sighed as he raked his hand through his hair, suddenly beyond frustrated that he was forced to talk to Harry in the dead of night just to pass along information. When would they finally get to a time where they could just talk and relax like any resemblance of normal? Another point to Padfoot, James sighed, as he rubbed furiously at his eyes from exhaustion, and not the physical kind. Harry flushed with renewed embarrassment about that stupid thing all over again, now 100 times worse, as he was dying to know if Sirius really believed all that, humiliated if he did, which gave Harry the small hope that Sirius wasn't too caught up at least. You seem fairly adept at the process of reading between her lines, Lily said in surprise. You can't have had that much practice at it yet. I'm used to the Daily Prophet doing it in general. Sirius rolled his eyes. They're better than Skeeter at it, but even they've been known to hold back, so it wouldn't really change with another name and more bull on top of the original. He finished with a shrug and waved Harry on. Because she was in the department at the time, of course. Remus blinked in surprise. They hadn't thought about her in a while. Since this tournament, they'd all but forgotten about her in light of other things, but Sirius had now brought up a really good point. It did explain some of Voldemort's comments before, but how on earth had he formed a plan around the tournament? He didn't really have anyone to help him with this plan, though, except that faithful servant at Hogwarts he'd mentioned. Now they had two likely candidates, Karkaroff and Snape. And he wasn't the only one getting a creeping chill up his spine as he finally realized who the culprit behind all of this was. Voldemort was behind this happening to Harry, so Harry would be lucky if the worst thing that happened to him was all the horrible attention he was getting. Sirius couldn't keep hearing this without a terrible growl building in his chest, as he knew quite well Bertha hadn't just walked into anyone. She'd been conned into it by a rat. Lily felt her innards being twisted away in pity for that poor thing. Even if she never knew Bertha, it still felt terrible, this happening to her. Peter would know her the same way as Sirius was explaining. He'd have been caught, but concocted the scheme from all the times he'd managed to talk her out of anything at school. It felt terrible that his past with his friends just seemed to keep coming at the worst for Harry. Thank you, Sirius. There was my chipper thought for the day, James huffed. Harry tried to force himself to relax, sure that Sirius was fixing to tell him the same thing Remus just had, that Harry was going to live through this with their advice, and everything would be okay. Damn, they all hissed in unison. Why did that have to happen now? Whoever had decided on their midnight wanderings had the worst timing. Well, hopefully Sirius could just send his advice with the next owl, because he needed to get out of there now. Sirius didn't look particularly concerned about that, trying to prove he wasn't going to get too worked up over a thing like this. Harry didn't even know where he was, so if his godson was somehow forced to tell through the ministry, Harry couldn't really do anything bad. In fact, on the contrary, if they somehow forced Harry to tell all he knew about Sirius, he might be able to get some of the truth out. It had been so long, no one could believe that he was still confounded. That charm wore off like any other, though since it was a form of a memory charm, it was always considered tricky. This was all worst-case scenario, though. Sirius knew he'd taken the warning and vanished the moment Harry had said something. Oh, they all groaned, unbelievably relaxing back. As angry as they all were with Ron, he was still the best option for that to have been right then, though it still didn't answer what he was doing. Lily realized Ron would have noticed Harry hadn't been in bed yet, had perhaps even been worried enough for a moment that his friend might need a friend, and had tried to come down and talk to him. If the boys were going to make up, maybe Ron was finally starting to try. James winced and sighed for Ron. He hadn't meant to interrupt something so important. It had just been rotten timing. Remus snarled in outrage as he fought back the urge to curse someone who wasn't even here. How could Ron still be going on about that? Harry read that with a haughty sneer in place, hoping he could finally get through Ron's overly large head how petty his problem is. Chapter's done, Harry huffed as he tossed the book to Remus. My patroness is a black bear, one of my favorite animals, and I couldn't be more happy about it. Let me know yours. A couple of you pointed out that Sirius' great fear of dragons didn't make sense in regards to this chapter in particular, but I actually planned it that way. I wanted something really dramatic to show what a different person Sirius would be between while he was reading this and what he would turn into, and his contrasting reactions to the dragon's news was just one of them. At least, that's my best guess for how they got into the country. Let me know if you've got other ideas. I am not a Marley hater, but really, her believing Skeeter's articles, after what all she wrote about the Weasleys, really does blow my mind. The worst of the comments about her will be in this and one other chapter of this book, though maybe a few things in the fifth. So aside from occasional spikes of jealousy from Lily, I promise this will never get into bashing, towards any character for that matter. Chapter 21, The First Task. Chapter text. Lily couldn't help it. Her anger at Ron really was starting to bleed out by now to just be replaced with sorrow for both him and Harry. Both boys needed to talk to each other. She was sure they would work this out if they did, but while both blamed the other, it didn't seem to be happening soon. What would it take to get it through Ron's head this wasn't Harry's fault? Ron was clearly growing tired of the argument, though, so if Harry finally snapped and tracked him down, could they hopefully settle their differences soon? Lily was the only one hoping along those lines. James was still trying his hardest not to think about it at all, while Remus and Sirius still wanted to smack the redhead a good one. Remus began his chapter with anger still bleeding into his tones. Sirius tried for a laugh at the mental image, even if he didn't really feel it. Sure you didn't want to try pulling a sweater over your drawers next? James muttered. Wish you had realized that. Remus sighed at Sirius. I'm still blasted you found anything more important to discuss than that, even a Death Eater. Sirius just shrugged, really not having a defense for himself. He certainly agreed Harry should be on his guard around anyone from Durmstrang now, but those dragons really were a bit more pressing at the time. Oh, thank you, Hermione. That was very encouraging, Lily huffed. Remus fidgeted with the page for a moment, hoping desperately something else would happen to Harry in between now and when that first task would come up so that he wouldn't have to read it. But then he realized it would in fact be Lily's turn to read about her son against a dragon, so he instead changed his wish to just getting this over with. That could work at least, James nodded along. You should find a passage talking about a dragon's weak spot and come to the conclusion on your own of what to do. I still don't see how that would help, Harry sighed. So I get it in the eye, then what? Now I've got an angry dragon because I managed to hit it, on top of whatever else I'm supposed to be doing. Still better than not knowing anything, Remus offered with a forced smile. Harry didn't argue the point. Not top priority right now, Lily agreed. I'm worried that they're taking that too literally, Sirius frowned. They need to stick with the dragon books to see what I meant. There's nothing easy when it comes to dragons, really, Lily agreed. Also known as Hagrid and Charlie, the nutters around them right now, James muttered. Now there's an interesting idea, James said with honest amusement. Harry's not at that skill level yet, Lily corrected. Of course the bloody fourth year has been, Sirius rolled his eyes. She's got to stay on top somehow, Remus shrugged. And she was just trying to help, Lily wanted to sigh, but didn't correct him as she could only guess at how stressed her son was right now. Can't deny it would be interesting to see, though, Remus muttered to himself, knowing he was the only one to think that. Well, this clearly isn't helping, Lily groaned. Better than sitting around the common room freaking himself out, James sighed. Harry felt a funny little feeling tingling in his gut, like he wanted to laugh at a vexed Hermione around Crumb. But the feeling was so buried with the gut-wrenching fear of facing a dragon soon, he never even really registered it. "Oh, my poor baby." Lily finally couldn't stop herself. She'd been trying to restrain how sorry she felt for Harry for ages, so as not to smother him or embarrass him or anything. But she just couldn't hold it back anymore with how genuinely bad this was for him. Harry gave his mother a warm, reassuring smile, which seemed to at least somewhat put her at ease. But it didn't really erase a pang in his head, telling Harry that for some reason he should remember something about leaving Hogwarts. He never really ran away, did he? "Least I have them now," Harry quickly inserted before he had to watch depression mix in with the already wound-up nerves of his family. They gave him a grateful smile for the effort, even if it was still hard to shake that sentence off. "Oh, thank you," Lily still couldn't help but ground out. "It just warms my heart to know a dragon is still better than that." Harry wasn't sure if that was sarcasm or pure anger at the reminder, most likely both. "You most definitely are," Sirius scoffed. Remus, though, was watching Harry with a calculating look, wondering why Harry was thinking about this again when he noticed Cedric walking off. Was he really going to? "Oh, you're not," James asked with a genuine smile. "I think he is," Lily corrected with a fond look at her boy. "Only seems fair," Sirius smirked in agreement. "Considering Sprout's unusual ire with you, you're risking a lot for this," Remus reminded. "He's helping out a Hufflepuff, though," Sirius waved off, "so I'm sure she'll forgive him." "Bloody, bleeding a-holes picking on a younger kid," James huffed. Quidditch was one thing. If this had just been going on right before a tournament or something, he knew he'd laugh it off, but this wasn't a bludger problem. This was a life-and-death tournament. "Well, that was rude." Lily got out around her own giggling. She couldn't deny it was effective. "Ah, he can just repair it later," Remus waved her off. "You can't deny him points for thinking up that." "Helps that he knows how much of a distraction it is," James agreed with a wild smile as he remembered back to Harry's lovely singing Valentine because of this moment. "And the usual response," Sirius agreed, as this was a fairly common occurrence, and no one really wanted to help pick up slimy, inky anything. It stained your hands for a time no matter what. "Subtle as a brick to the face," James got out around a fantastic snort. "I don't know if there is a way to ease into that," Remus snickered. "So Harry's way was probably best. Least he doesn't think you're pulling his leg," Sirius shrugged, as that would probably cross his own mind. From an outsider, with all the flack Harry was getting, he wouldn't have put it past Cedric to think Harry was doing this as some sort of setup. Honestly, though, what is to stop them wandering the grounds and finding out? James rolled his eyes. The three of them couldn't have been the only students in their youth to be out wandering the grounds so much, and the dragon pens weren't exactly in the heart of the forest. "I wouldn't be surprised if they set up security not long after Harry left," Lily pointed out. "Warn away any students trying to get close, official tournament business, and all that. If Hagrid hadn't snuck Harry in there right when he had, it probably would have been a lot harder to be done." "Fair enough," James agreed. "That's what I was looking for," Sirius nodded. "He's got to be a bit suspicious of you." "Thanks," Harry drawled. Everyone here knew Harry was doing it out of a kindness, but even he'd admit he would have been suspicious of someone doing this for him as well. "Agreed," James yelped instantly, finally something fun to think about. "There's a ton of room for potential mayhem." "James," Lily cut him off fondly, "would you please plan your plots later?" James couldn't help a smile when he realized his wife had said later instead of knock it off. At least it meant she wasn't really opposed to the idea. "Why?" James yelped in surprise. "Think Moody heard him and is going to tell off Harry," Lily pouted. "It's not like he can do anything, though. The damage has been done." "This could turn bad," Sirius agreed. "Is that your go-to fear of him now?" Remus asked between laughter. "I think he's got other animals up his sleeve." Harry just shrugged. That bouncing ferret had really been a lasting memory. "Can't argue with you there," Sirius agreed with a repressed shiver. "Well, he's not at the start of telling you off," Lily murmured hopefully, though if that wasn't what he was doing, why had he dragged Harry there? "Thank you for the remembered nightmare," Sirius snorted. He'd still never heard of anyone so vain. "Thank you for the remembered payback," James corrected with a wicked grin. At least he got his comeuppance in the end. "Because Mooney's the only nutjob who loves them so much he keeps them on hand," James snickered, which Remus gracefully ignored by flushing slightly and reading a bit louder. Lily was just glad that Harry had never had the reason to visit Quirrell in his office. She didn't want to know what he would have found. "Why's it cracked, though?" James asked in surprise. Moody was a well-known maniac for keeping his gear in top priority. "Your guess is as good as ours," Sirius shrugged, though just as confused. "That's a secrecy sensor," James smiled in surprise, "though I wonder why it would be going off now. No one in there should be hiding anything." "How long is the range?" Sirius asked. "Could be picking up students up to no good, couldn't it?" James nodded in fair point. "Ooh, that's a faux glass," Remus smiled. "Those are really rare. I wonder where he got it." He didn't wait for Harry to ask this time before adding on, "It shows the outline of your enemies, and when they come into focus, it means you better start running. Great head start if you learn to use it properly." Harry nodded in understanding of what Remus had said, but not why he was getting a prickling feeling. All of this made perfect sense, so why did he still have a growing suspicion about Moody any time he was mentioned? "I would if any of them were active," Remus scoffed. Moody was supposedly there this year to keep an eye on anything suspicious going on, yet he had all the instruments to help him do so off. What was the point of that? "There's my cheerful thought," Lily huffed. That's all she'd been thinking about since this mess had started. Harry rubbed furiously at his temple for a moment, feeling like he should go back and kick his 14-year-old self for not investigating that further, because it was going to bite him in the arse. Thankfully, no one pressured him to talk about it, though. They all knew the results they'd get. "Won't find that in any books," Lily chuckled, "but I can't imagine him being wrong." "I really don't even see what Harry did as cheating," Remus agreed. "Is there actually a rule saying you can't help your fellow players? Crouch just said you couldn't have outside help like from the teachers." "If you ever bother to find out, let us know," James snorted. "Something I'm going to more than enjoy showing," Sirius hissed bitterly. Even when he did rip that rat's head from his body, he wasn't likely to forget the great leader of the Order who hadn't lifted a finger to help him when it happened. "I wouldn't expect him to." James raised a sharp brow in surprise. "Though if he's not there to tell you off, what was the point of him doing this?" Lily asked. Nobody actually had an idea. Why was Moody taking an interest in Harry like this? Was it possibly Dumbledore again, who'd asked his old friend to keep a special eye on the boy? They wouldn't put it past him. Harry flushed in shock when he received 4 startled faces. He still felt that way, was going to repeat himself and try to just move on, but then Sirius snorted and shook his head as he declared, "The funniest part is, you actually mean that." "Harry, everyone's got things they're good and bad at," Lily scolded maternally. "You've clearly excelled in some classes but lack in others, just like every other student." "Duh," Remus quickly said, when Harry looked like he was still going to disagree. "I can only name one third year I've ever known to make a Patronus. I'd call that a strength." He decided to leave off the mention of the imperious curse, though just as impressive, that one wasn't as good to think about. "Plus you're a ruddy good seeker," James quickly put in, as clearly Harry wasn't going to agree on the academia side. "Best I've ever seen." By this point Harry was so red and desperate to change the subject, it didn't even click in his brain what his dad had really said as he told Remus, "All right, please keep going or I'll take that and do it myself." They were all chuckling with good nature. This was certainly much more pleasant to be talking about than dragons, so none of them really wanted to go back to the book, but Remus decided to save Harry anyways, as he did know how it felt to have things you didn't believe thrown at you like that. James' smirk widened all the more. He knew he'd hit Harry's best point, and when Harry gave him a warm smile to show that the praise his dad had given for agreeing meant the world to him. "Oh," Sirius did a double take in shock. "Well, that's something," James got out around a crackling throat that was trying to laugh. "You're going to somehow get your broom to you to fly past the dragon," Remus said slowly, before nodding with bright eyes and saying, "Well, major credit. It's certainly better than running." It didn't take Harry but a few moments at watching them before it all clicked together in his mind, and he started laughing in relief. Lily was smiling with pure indulgent happiness at her boy. All the time she complained about his Quidditch status, at last it finally seemed to have done some good for him. She hadn't seen Harry relax so much since before this tournament had been announced. "Wait, where did Hermione come into this?" Sirius asked in surprise. "Harry needs a spell to get his broom to him," James shrugged. "Who would you ask?" "Good point," Sirius acknowledged. Oh, but of course you picked the spell you've been having trouble with all year, Lily snorted. How else could I get it to me? Harry asked in surprise. Well, you certainly picked the easiest way, Lily corrected herself. The summoning charm is so flexible with its wording and doesn't have a range. That would be a recommendation. But with the fact that you haven't mastered it after trying for months at school, I would have suggested an alternative. Any others I can think of, though, are at an even harder level, James countered back for Harry, and there's a difference between slacking off on your homework and I need this bleeding spell for a really important reason. I think Harry'll figure it out. Trust him on this one, Sirius smirked when Lily didn't really look convinced. You'd be amazed what sudden motivation will help your wand to accomplish. Lily suddenly realized the two big-headed idiots were referring to themselves being able to pull off an animagus transformation at such young ages, and they did have a point. Besides, there was no point pestering Harry about it. He already did whatever it was that got him through, so she let it go. Is that all the advice she's giving? Remus rolled his eyes. Telling him the same thing over and over won't ever cause an improvement. Thank you, Professor, Sirius snorted. James couldn't help a little frown, though, as he really did wish that Mooney had still been around to help Harry with this. It would have made him feel better as he knew that Remus could get Harry through some pretty difficult spells already. Yeah, that's cause for distraction, Sirius shivered, wishing he could go back to picking on his friend now, as that was already popping up in his head every other sentence this chapter. Why? Lily asked in surprise. If all the advice she's giving you is to tell you to concentrate, I think not having her around for a space would do you some good. I didn't really like being alone, Harry muttered. I tended to freak myself out more when she wasn't at my elbow muttering things. It's not very sudden if he's been expecting it for months, Remus snapped in a real temper. He was sick of that woman's stupid predictions. Can someone shove a planetarium up her nose already? Sirius grumbled. Might distract her long enough Harry can drop this class, which gave them all a nice, surprised burst of laughter that they had been sorely missing for ages now. Anybody smarting off to Trelawney was always a good source of mood, even if the topic was usually depressing. Genuinely impressed, he restrained himself, Sirius said, his good mood still lingering enough he didn't sound as sore as usual. Lily and James exchanged exasperated stares, both now on the same page that they'd lock those two boys in a room themselves if it would get them to talk to each other and get this over with. It had worked for Remus and Sirius, and that fight had been worse than this one, causing another smattering of giggling to erupt in the room, all of them now quite glad indeed Harry had come to this class. It was great, relieving most of the tension at least. Only Sirius and James got a good laugh out of that. They hadn't heard about the poltergeist in a while, and he was always around when you needed him the least, and the most. This time was sort of both for them, as they really didn't want to let go of their laughing mood, because the moment they did, they'd remember what Harry was fixing to do. And me mum always told me nothing good happens after midnight, James beamed. Lily didn't even bother with the worry that Harry should have been in bed. She knew as well as anyone her boy wouldn't be getting any sleep. Is that all it takes? Sirius demanded as he theatrically popped himself in the forehead. I'll keep that in mind. You'd crucio someone before you let that threat hang over you, Remus Mock scolded him. Well, I'm not as good a person as Harry, Sirius shrugged without remorse. I'm sure everything'll be fine, Lily said instantly, her faith in her son's charms not wavering for a second. Harry had yet to actually get a spell wrong once he'd mastered it. Probably would have sneaked onto the grounds myself to practice, James offered with a shrug. Didn't know how getting caught out of bed would affect me, Harry returned, and I'd yet to have many good experiences of it, so that night didn't seem to be one to try. Now why didn't I think of that? Remus chuckled. They'd think you'd gone mad. There's no way they'd force you to stay in the tournament then. Harry snapped his fingers with a jesting, regretful face that hadn't crossed his mind. Lily couldn't help but coo. She'd always loved McGonagall. Strict as she was, she never missed a moment to show that she cared about her students, and this was one time Harry most definitely needed it. Yeah, cause that won't cause him to panic, Sirius muttered, unable to stop an almost non-stop shivering. Only the warmth of the baby in his arms was really registering in him now. Best advice to be given, James sighed as he pushed his hand through his hair. He didn't care if Harry was sitting next to him now, fully grown and clearly having survived this. The anxiety galloping up his throat wasn't leaving him at the thought of this. "He's just peachy," Remus muttered mutinously. "Now you're just depressing me," Lily sighed, her fingers catching strands of her hair and twirling them around her fingers tightly as any form of distraction. "How is he always in such a good mood?" Sirius snarled with a touch more venom than was really called for. "I get so sick of hearing him say what a good thing this is for Harry. If it makes you feel any better, imagine him wetting himself if he was the one to go in front of those dragons," Remus offered. It didn't, but Sirius thanked him for trying. Remus groaned and face planted the pages. He detested the idea of getting past a nesting dragon, but oh no. Now Harry was expected to grab an egg from her clutch, under her bleeding talons, because that was so much better. It only vaguely registered when someone smacked him upside the head, but still he glanced up to see Lily with two bright eyes as she snapped at him. "You nearly gave me heart failure. Can't you pretend for at least a second you didn't just picture Harry getting charbroiled doing this?" Remus worked furiously for a second, but he really couldn't get rid of the expression until he glanced at Harry, who was watching him with concern. It was not comforting in the slightest that the guy they would have relied on to get them past a dragon was freaking out as much as Sirius, who was only taking long, steady breaths as a simple reminder just to keep his chest moving. Both parents were a twitching mess thinking about this, so Remus bolstered himself as he realized he was the only one to get through this. "Thanks for the reminder. Made this all 10 times worse," James sneered. Remus did not miss the fact that Harry was now down to a 50-50 shot of getting the worst of the dragons. His mind tried to scatter to a less scary topic, like wondering which breed had been added as the afterthought upon Harry's entrance. Had it been the horntail, the worst of the lot as an extra challenge, or perhaps the Welsh green who was, at least compared to the others, the best choice? He didn't have an answer and knew he most likely wasn't going to get one, but at least the small distraction had done its job, and he was able to keep going in a steady voice. "Of course, absolutely, that makes perfect sense. Harry would get the bleeding Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous of them all. How could he not? Because this one effing time he couldn't have just—" James reached around Harry and almost gently pulled on Sirius' ear to get him to stop. But the tug did indeed get his attention, and Sirius forced his tirade to cut off. "What are those, anyways?" Harry asked dully, not really curious for an answer as it just involved more dragon talk, but the question had come out nonetheless. Remus had to think for a moment, collecting his thoughts to something other than a 50-foot monster in the same vicinity as Harry, before answering. "Normally, the models are used for little tasks. I know a shop in Diagon Alley uses one to roast their chestnuts. They're not exactly real. You don't have to feed them or anything. The magic just makes them lifelike for a few months until you reactivate them." "Well, that's a relief," Lily muttered, "because for a moment I was honestly afraid those were baby dragons." "Nah," Remus was actually relaxing now as he kept going. "They imitate real-life dragons, and yes, they can breathe fire, so they're not a toy, but they're not particularly dangerous either. Once the magic in them wears off, they vanish, and you have to buy a new one. It's more of a novelty to have dragon-roasted chestnuts when you could simply cook them like normal or other gimmicks that they're really rarely used." "Well, do me a favor, and keep them away from me as well," Sirius grumbled, suddenly thankful that Remus clearly knew about these things, and had never tried to give one to Sirius as a gag gift. As Sirius most likely would have dropped it down Remus' pants in retaliation, it was wise of him. Did Harry have to go last, though? Lily couldn't help but scowl. "I wish he'd just gone first to get it over with." "Why's that?" Sirius asked in surprise, not against anything that would keep Harry away from that dragon any longer than he had to be, but that was still pretty odd. "No clue," Harry muttered, just as curious, but somehow agitated about it as well. James didn't even try to smother his agitation at that comparison. Sirius was one thing. He'd take that jealousy happily any day, as James himself would pick Sirius to be any sort of fatherly figure to Harry since he was out of the picture. It wasn't fun to listen to, but tolerable. This effing stranger, though, who had been bothering Harry since he met him, was really starting to dig under his skin. "Well, that's sweet," Lily said uncertainly. She at least appreciated Bagman's attempts to see that Harry was feeling okay, But McGonagall had done the same thing without making it so obvious to the other champions. Why would he bother anyways? Geez, at least Moody was being subtle about it. Remus frowned, and he did it in return for Harry helping Cedric. What's Bagman playing at doing this? Is it so bad to see him doing something nice? Lily asked without any real force. She found it odd as well. I'd believe it a little more if he'd quit treating Harry like a star every time he walked into a room, James sniffed. I think he's just buttering up to him. Sirius did not add his opinion. He still looked likely to vomit at the task to come the moment he did open his mouth. A terrible habit I wish you'd break, Lily muttered, as Harry said that too commonly now when it came to his headaches. What you get, you little, James cut himself off with a few more terse mutters that in no way cut off what Remus kept forcing out. Credit for trying, Lily tried to get out, though she knew she didn't sound much better. Thought Bagman was supposed to be commentating, Remus grumbled, thinking that would be easier to think about than a random crowd reaction that could be to anything. He's doing a terrible job of it. The less description of them, the better, Lily shivered. I'm going to be having enough nightmares when we get to Harry's. No need to preemptively tell me what to fear. Probably isn't too good at his job anyways, James snapped, clearly still rankled over the encounter. All he does is spout off names, doesn't know how to really describe the action. I stand corrected, Remus rolled his eyes. Not hardly, James scoffed. Everything they said was still true. Lily couldn't help but agree with Harry in that moment. Though she was losing a shade of color with every passing moment, it was getting closer to Harry's turn. And with Fleur being her least favorite contestant so far, even she could see how much it would take of a person to willingly walk into a dragon's den like that. And still, even after everything that had happened, none of them could help the mental complaint of why that couldn't just be the last time that stupid whistle was to be blown. Adrenaline will do the strangest things to your body, James agreed absently. What did he do? Remus yelped in surprise. Judging from his remarks, did he just charge out to meet the dragon head-on? Don't know, hoping I don't have to find out, Lily grumbled, now massaging at her chest that was thundering so hard against her ribs she was sure they'd crack soon. Harry hadn't even had his turn yet, and she couldn't seem to find air, and it was only going to get worse when it did. After he was out of the arena, she never wanted to hear talk of dragons again. Remus released a deep breath he felt he'd been holding for ages, but there was nothing for it now. He could just keep glancing up as often as he needed to at Harry now, clearly more than 14, alive and well, to convince himself he could get past this no matter what. I'd like to think it was an honest combination of both, James muttered, thinking that Hogwarts really couldn't be so shallow to still be roaring disapproval at Harry, even in the face of a dragon. Not that cheers would do him any better, but still, it was the principle. Sirius felt like someone was constantly flicking his heart, making it do several starts that he was sure wasn't normal. But this had been going on since Harry had been led down to the enclosure, so he was growing used to the feeling now, and at least had a moment to appreciate that Harry at least had the best broom in the world under him when it came. If he'd trust one thing to help him get past a dragon, at least it could be that. No one had really doubted he'd be able to pull it off, but now that the moment had come and his strategy had arrived, everything did come back to them with some clarity. They were no longer listening with quite the same loud buzzing in their ears at least. Though ironically, as Harry looked around, he found the exact opposite going on, now sure they'd never been listening so hard in their lives. His father had his knee pressed against Harry's in what he assumed was an unconscious gesture, just to keep him as close as possible without overreacting. Sirius was burrowed into himself with the baby his life support, his eyes staring at nothing as his head remained cocked to the side to take in every word. Lily's hand was twitching with the impulse to snatch the book away from Remus, read it herself already just to hear it all and be over. Remus' words were slurring together slightly, and every time he finished a sentence he'd hesitate a second longer than was normal but still forced himself to keep going in an almost calm voice. It was almost fascinating and extremely unnecessary, but Harry still couldn't help but watch the lot of them, his family, worry like this. Don't you compare that thing to me? Sirius rasped out, the first intelligible thing he'd said in a while. James' first impulse was to reach over and try to smother his best friend for that running, bleeding gag, and for cutting Remus off at such a moment, but unbelievably they were all just a little calmer for it as well. If there was one thing they knew of by now, Harry was a superb flyer, and he now had his broom. Harry would get past this. "You're still not endearing me to this game," Lily muttered with unease, though her usual agitation at the game wasn't present in her voice. She'd take a Quidditch match over this any day. Harry didn't really notice, as his mind flashed back to last year and his championship game, where he'd had that funny dream about dragons appearing while he played Quidditch. Guess now he understood why he'd felt a premonition about that, but he really wished his brain would stop supplying these things that seemed to inevitably come true. Lily couldn't help but startle a bit with nerves at the thought, her own flame-colored hair nearly going on end in shock, but Remus wasn't going to pause for a blow that didn't even strike Harry. "A bludger that's a good 1,000 degrees hotter, but at least it can't chase you in the same way," James muttered agreeably. Lily felt a screech building up in her throat, her hands automatically flying up to cover her ears, so she didn't have to hear what happened to her baby. But again, Remus couldn't bring himself to pause, as he wanted to know the full extent of whatever blow Harry received. "Tell me that thing's not poisonous at the end," James gasped out between a shaking jaw. "No, no," Remus quickly soothed, as he saw the fear on all of them. "If Harry only felt a scratch, then that's the worst of it." James and the others sagged back in relief, not wanting to think what would have happened if Harry had suddenly lost temporary use of one of his arms at such a crucial time. That sounded sort of like Snake charming to Lily, though she was thankful Harry's gift of Parselmouth didn't extend to the snake's more beast-like relatives. She didn't want to hear what that dragon would be screaming at her hair bare. Remus' composure was cracking. He couldn't put into words how dangerous Harry was playing this, taunting a nesting mother, and the fear that Harry was going to get a very real injury from messing with her before he had the chance to dive down and grab his egg kept lingering behind his mind's eye, expecting to read out the fateful words any moment. If this didn't end soon, he was going to end up with double vision and probably pass out from stress. The book slipped out of Remus' hands, though for the first time in pure relief of that finally being over. He rubbed furiously at his eyes for several moments until bright spots appeared, just for something else to see than that bloody forsaken print. "Oh, thank Merlin, I couldn't take much more," James groaned with an odd look of ecstasy on his face, as finally all the tension building in his stomach, where he'd had his hand firmly pressed this entire time like he was trying to hold in his innards, was able to release. Lily couldn't find words to add her agreement. "Never again," Sirius practically sobbed, still looking more worn than the others, and not feeling nearly as relieved at this being over as he would have thought. He was still too wrung up over the incident to feel relief. "Never, ever, again, do I want to hear mention of those effing things around." Harry tried to laugh it off, wanted more than anything in that moment to tell Sirius that of course this was the last time Harry had a dragon encounter, but the words wouldn't come, and as Remus moved to get the book back and finish his piece, his silence went unnoticed in the relieved room. "Really?" Lily couldn't help but raise a brow in surprise. Not that she even wanted, or cared, to know how the other champions had done now that she had proof her son had been fine, but it was still an odd comment. "It sounded like you taunted that thing for a bit. I would have guessed you'd taken the longest." Harry just shrugged. They knew as well as he did what all had gone on. "There's the bright side," James got out in a weak chuckle, his mind already trying to taunt him with the thought of if this had been the first task. What are the others going to be like? Just to ruin his mood, but he swiftly beat that away and tried to just enjoy this one moment of Harry surviving this. "Yeesh, that didn't sound encouraging," Remus said, with genuine pity for Diggory, feeling bad that he'd had the least time of all to prepare for this, and hoping nothing permanent had happened to him. "Got to love Hagrid," Lily said genuinely as she smoothed some hair out of her face, honestly surprised at this point she hadn't gone bald from stress. "I just want him to survive this year before I have to freak out about that," James muttered bitterly, hoping with everything he had the answer would finally be nothing. They were all just too bone-tired and weary after hearing about this to even bother to tense up in agitation for that. The fact that Ron showed up with Hermione like that must mean that Ron had to have finally come to his senses to apologize. Lily rubbed absently at her face, thinking she wouldn't be surprised if she looked the same way at the time. Remus' anger at Ron was already melting away, finally looking past his attitude and just seeing that angry boy who was sick of being looked over. He still thought Ron should have acted better, thought with his head, and some slight resentment rather than his emotions, but clearly seeing Harry in such a life or death moment had jarred Ron back to reality. Now, why would you go dragging me into this? Sirius asked, finally being able to really smile again for the first time since he'd heard of the stupid dragons to begin with. Remus groaned and kept reading that little bit louder to drown out Harry's laughter at that joke. He really wished Harry would stop encouraging that. Almost had a good go of it, Lily grumbled without any real agitation anymore. She couldn't find it in herself to hold it against Ron now that he was acting the right way. Sirius sighed and fidgeted a bit to stop himself saying something. He knew he shouldn't blame Harry if he did decide not to forgive Ron, but he hoped Harry would. Ron was a good friend who'd made a mistake after all. Finally, they were all smiling again, almost as happy as before this tournament had started. Harry still had 2 more tasks to live through, but if there was one thing that could make this seem okay again, it was that at least everyone who should be on his side was now. Lily was as happy as anyone, but she really did hope the boys would still have a talk. Thankfully, Ron had chosen to be the bigger and apologized, but she still couldn't help but worry if they didn't discuss the problem, then it could possibly happen again. Resentment could fester, and the next time things might not have such a happy ending. Remus flinched like someone had just chucked a miniature dragon at his head. Lily rolled her eyes at him, and all of the boys suddenly horrified expressions. She's insane, James said weakly, though Hermione's reaction still wasn't the worst thing Harry's friends had done of late. She's emotional, Lily corrected. She spent the past few days fearing for Harry's life, and then had to live through that in the stands, and then finally felt some relief of watching her 2 friends make up. Girls, Sirius muttered with a deep shake of his head, ignoring Lily's stank eye. He's lucky to be using my favorite phrase after I forgave him. Sirius' smirk widened to the agitation of all except Harry. Flattery will get you everywhere, Remus chuckled. I think Harry's due for some, James smirked. That's really clever, Lily admitted as her mind flickered with the possibilities. Poor dog, though, Sirius said sagely. Oh, the poor dear. Lily instantly switched to concern that he'd been caught so bad. Hopefully that won't be a permanent marring, James winced in sympathy. Pomfrey should be able to get rid of the burn marks. I've never heard of that kind of charm, Lily said in surprise. Might be a French type of spell, Remus offered with the same curiosity, thinking that foreigners might have some other ways to lull beasts to sleep that weren't in British-type texts. He went for the obvious shot, James nodded. Remus winced in genuine pity for those poor unborn dragons. He may not be particularly fond of them, especially after all the trouble they'd caused Harry, but it was still a sad moment. Guess it's a good thing I didn't do that, Harry yelped in surprise, as that didn't sound like a particularly good strategy. You definitely found the best way, Sirius nodded in agreement, ironically thinking it was a good thing Ron had interrupted Sirius now from giving that advice. Most likely your original technique outweighed the minor injury, Lily offered with a happy smile. They were all pleased Harry was getting the proper marks he should be for his display of talent, but none of them could muster up too much enthusiasm for it either. It was still rewarding him for something he never should have had to do. You are most likely the only person who would say something about it, Sirius agreed with a snort. What a cheap! James yelped in outrage. There's no way Harry deserved that low of a mark. At least Maxime was fair on him, Remus agreed tersely. What a wanker, Sirius scowled venomously, which tempered off their moods as well. As annoying as all the judges felt at the moment, at least the real person whose opinion mattered was behaving right. Like with Ron, they really felt like that was too little too late in the grand scheme. They'd put Harry through hell treating him the way they had until it mattered, but it was at least nice to hear that they were trying to make up the difference at least after the fact. Your mind can often be crueler than the real world, Remus agreed. Where do you keep pulling that crap from? Sirius rolled his eyes at him. Oh, the poor thing got hit in the face. Lily's concern really did spike at that. Sirius wanted to make a joke about how that would ruin Cedric's pretty looks at least, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. So far, Cedric hadn't gone out of his way to treat Harry like crap like the rest of his house, and no one really deserved a burned-up face. Still want to slap him into a dragon's nest, James huffed, wishing it had been anyone else delivering what this news was. That's rather clever, Lily said, without any of the usual enthusiasm she'd have liked. She did love riddles and clues, and integrating the two tasks together like that was rather brilliant, but still, there was always that nagging agitation of Harry having to deal with it. So long as it does not relate to a second egg-laying monster, Sirius shot back, with still a bit more agitation that this stupid tournament couldn't just be over after the one task. Where's Hermione when you need her? Remus grumbled. I'd like to see Rita get slapped. Hopefully Harry'll toss her a good curse, and she'll steer clear for the next century, Lily sniffed. I can give you several, James said with a grin that wasn't at all pleasant. I'm sure you could, Lily quickly interrupted before he could get started, but compile them for later, love. I get the feeling you'll need them, Remus agreed. Harry was surprised she was really so daft after all the crap she'd done to him that she even had the gall to come up to him like that. Sirius was just worried that this would cause a relapse in Ron all over again. He just walked in on the source of that first argument. That's even better than what I was going to say, James cackled. Hope Ron got a good laugh out of that one, Sirius agreed. Remus tried to pass the book to Lily while rubbing at his eyes, so it took him a moment to notice Lily declare, "No, that's it." She took the book away from Remus, but closed it instead of starting. I cannot handle any more tonight. Bed, all of you. Yes, Mum, Sirius pouted, watching her take up her baby and head for the stairs, clearly stating the matter was closed. James and Harry exchanged a look, but didn't argue the point as they followed. Remus and Sirius, however, exchanged a look, and though Remus yawned and looked likely to fall back on the couch any moment for his own rest, both still had wide, alert eyes. I'm enjoying asking you guys random questions now and seeing what kinds of responses I get. This time, let me know your favorite subject and what you think you'd be good at. They are two different things. My favorites are care of magical creatures and transfiguration. The first because I'm just a huge animal lover, whether it can eat me or not. Still a Hagrid, yes. And the second because the idea of changing something's very nature into something else is as magical as it can get to me, and it's just the most fascinating class. What I might have the propensity of actually being good at, though, is potions. I love to read, and I would patiently go over every instruction and make sure of every ingredient. But I also love to experiment. So once I got through the basics, I'd turn into a Snape-like person and start experimenting and trying new ways to make the potions even better. Let me know about you. Chapter 22. The House Elf Liberation Front. Chapter text try as they might. Even in the face of the dragon nightmare from the last few chapters, neither Sirius nor Remus had forgotten their intentions to try and have a private conversation regarding what they'd finally had confirmed for them in Moody's first lesson. Something had happened to Harry the night his parents were killed, something involving Lily and her ability to save her son, and the two desperately wanted to try and talk about it out loud in hopes sharing some ideas would make some sense, but without the others around. They loved Lily like a sister, and this was going to be hard for them to focus on. Neither of them wanted the other three around, as it would only be worse. Neither of them had a clear idea what could even be said, but they'd always come up with their best ideas spitballing to each other, so Remus decided to get the worst of it over as he blurted, "Have you ever heard of anything that Lily could have done to save Harry?" Sirius chewed on his answer for a few minutes, denying that he was holding back a yawn, as he said softly back, "Nothing comes to mind, and I've been trying to figure it out since I first heard about this. Nothing can block the killing curse." "Don't think it's just something undiscovered," Remus tried to wheedle. "Not even a rumor that you can work with." Sirius shook his head and insisted, "Not a peep, and I can't imagine how that would change in the next year. I wish we'd said something about it to Harry in the shack." Sirius' face twitched with the most base hatred one can hold at the mention of that place before continuing and ignoring it. "But at this rate, it doesn't look like the three of us are going to be in the same room for a while. Merlin knows if we even know then." Sirius knew quite a few things the others didn't from his black heritage. As a child, he'd questioned one-to-many things, and if they regarded their ancestry, he usually got an answer, though the vile nature of them really have led him on the path he was now. The fact that Dumbledore had suggested the Fidelius charm for them to hide under meant that this must be the most powerful thing Dumbledore could find to keep them alive, so it clearly wasn't any good magic that had saved Lily. Then again, it had been Dumbledore who said that Harry had been saved by the love of his mother, and even back in the first chapter it had been implied Dumbledore might have some idea of what had happened, but hadn't shared it with Harry. It was another of those questions where they just couldn't help but wonder what their old headmaster was doing to their lives. Did he know and was keeping it from them? To what end? Did he figure it out after the fact and decided Harry was too young to know? Not unreasonable, but still information Dumbledore shouldn't even be the one to share. It should be Sirius' decision at least now. They talked for as long as they could until they couldn't take it any longer. The vision of Lily dead in front of her wailing child was most certainly going to feature in their nightmares tonight as long as they had lingered on the subject. So while neither wanted any rest, sleep took them before either had even made it to the stairs. James grinned as he came down the stairs the next morning with the baby in his arms to see his two friends passed out on the sofas. He'd known from the moment he'd left they were going to stay behind and talk about something, and he knew his friends well enough to guess the topic. The sight wasn't even that unfamiliar. In school, they'd often gone down to the common room late at night to pick apart each other's brains and fallen asleep down there. Remus slept like an inferi, dead until activated, but Sirius was usually a light sleeper, so even as James tried to creep past them into the kitchen, Sirius began stirring. James only just got Harry into his high chair when Sirius entered from behind. The two chatted in sleepy mumbles for a few minutes before Sirius shook himself hard to fully make sure he was awake before he dug in for something he knew he needed to talk about. "All right, Prongs, out with it," Sirius sighed, hopping up onto the counter and swinging his legs around in an attempt to just look bored. But the tense set of his shoulders made it clear Sirius actually thought he was in trouble. James frowned, struggling for a moment before plastering a grin on he knew full well Sirius wouldn't buy, but hoping his friend would take the hint and stop asking anyways. "Don't know what you're talking about." Sirius eyed him for a moment, clearly considering this very thing, as he knew that there weren't many things James wouldn't tell him. If he wasn't talking without some hard prodding, then it was either something about Sirius himself, or James wanted to handle it himself. Sirius had just decided he really would drop it. If James wanted to be silently jealous, then Sirius wasn't going to keep at him, when Ron's face flashed across his mind. Sirius had never even met Ron, but he could understand where Ron was coming from in his anger. He was more frustrated the boy hadn't stood by his mate, but Sirius didn't want something to linger in James if he could get it out of him. So instead he pressed, "Go ahead and have a yell at me something." "I know my interacting with Harry is bothering you." James groaned as he leaned on the counter beside him and muttered, "I'm not angry, Sirius, not really. What can I even say? Fine, I'll admit it bothers me that you're the one Harry's been looking to for advice, but it's not like I'm there and he's choosing you over me. I'm just not there." The pain that tore out James' throat, even as he got that last part out, made Sirius all the happier he and Remus had their conversation last night without Prongs around. He didn't need any other stress on his life right now, and since it hadn't done them much good in the end, it really would have just made things worse for him right now. Even as the rest of the house stirred James, and Sirius managed to keep up a lighter and friendly banter between them now, even having gotten it out in the open had made James feel just slightly better. The two looked far happier than they did going in as they sat down for the next chapter. Everyone took the spots they had before, James even passing the baby to Remus again, while Lily sat next to him. It was Lily's turn to pick up the book where they'd left off, which she did with only a slight tilt of unease. Harry had just survived the first task. Surely nothing too bad was going to happen in the very next chapter. "Nice to hear the trio of names again," James smiled. "Best letter I'll have gotten in ages," Sirius smirked, before catching sight of Harry and quickly adding, "Not that I'll have any doubts you could do it even without my advice." "Didn't miss this, though," Remus grumbled testily. He may have forgiven Ron, but his attitude was going to still bother him for a while longer. "Got a point there," Lily sighed, remembering back to that moment and how they'd hoped they were just being paranoid in thinking the same. "Hopefully that's the worst you do get," Remus agreed. "Got to love the little guy's enthusiasm," Sirius grinned. Still unrepentant he was the reason Ron had that particular owl. "I'm more focused with you living through it then fourth place would seem like a blessing, James huffed. While Harry agreed, he couldn't quite seem to do so out loud, something of what Ron said lingering with him. He couldn't have really won though, right? No, I am. Sirius blurted with the proudest smile on his face like he'd just made the end of all jokes. Lily knew ignoring him wouldn't actually make him stop, but it was still better than retaliating and letting him keep going. Not that it's really helping, Remus grumbled. She's such a buzzkill, James snorted. I still don't believe she could do any sort of believable impression of me, Sirius sniffed. This time James did reach around and smack him for it. It's good to be agreeing with Ron again, Lily chuckled. I can imagine that giving me a combination of hot failure and pleasure, Sirius nodded. I'm just glad you didn't get a chance to make an appearance, Remus scoffed. You would have pissed yourself in the stands and drawn attention to yourself. Sirius stuck his tongue out at him. Well, it's not a surprise now. James threw his hands up in exasperation. Wish the surprise was they hadn't done it. Harry rolled his eyes. The Marauders gave appreciative laughs at that, though Lily and Harry couldn't find it that funny. At least Cedric was okay for it. All bright spots that I will cherish as long as I can, Lily agreed. Now that would have to be classified as cheating, Remus raised a surprised brow. Getting the whole of your house to help you with that. I wouldn't put it past anyone else to be doing the same. James waved him off with honest curiosity of what this was going to be. I just love it when Hermione points out the rules when they don't relate to her, Sirius snorted. That sounds like a pain in the ear. Remus winced in sympathy, rubbing at his own ear in just the thought. What on earth would be making that noise? Lily asked as she tried to guess what this had to do with the tournament's second task. Banshee, Sirius offered with a frown. No, I heard that once, Harry corrected, thinking of Seamus Boggart, and this wasn't that. Hard to really guess since we can't actually hear it, James pointed out with a pout. I'd still take that over a dragon, Sirius shivered. I don't think that's it though, Lily frowned. The tournament usually has 3 separate events, not the same thing like getting past a creature every time. You can't fight that, James shivered in disgust at the thought. And there's no way that would be in the tournament, Remus agreed. I like his suggestion the best, Harry grinned, as they all burst out laughing at that suggestion. For some reason, what George had said seemed to linger in Harry's mind. Why would Percy be a standout at his next task, though? He shouldn't even be there. Why? James asked innocently enough. Do the twins often spike the food? Rule number 1 of the Gryffindors, Harry shrugged. Don't take anything the twins offer you without expecting something. Now, where have I heard that before? Lily rolled her eyes as the Marauders all smiled at that. Which clearly means he's done something to those tarts. Sirius' smile widened. Unless he was trying to double-cross them. Remus grinned as well. The twins wouldn't tell what they'd spiked, so of course people would be fooled into thinking the creams are okay, then they'd eat those anyways. You boys worry me, Lily told them before James could continue the convoluted idea, causing all 5 of them to cackle. That could have been the joke all along, of course, just to make someone think they'd eaten anything. Sirius smacked his lips in appreciation. He'd loved testing them to the limits to see what they would bring him, and they'd never let him down. I see Hermione's taking your advice, Lily grinned. She really hoped Hermione would meet these house elves and see how most were treated. They'd been so stressed for so many chapters in a row that perhaps their continued giggling of anything the twins did was possibly being exaggerated, but no one seemed likely to stop soon either. That could be some potential mayhem, James smirked. Kind of wishing we'd thought of that, Sirius agreed. You value your meals too much to try and put the house elves up to anything, Remus snorted. Unless Dumbledore specifically told them to stop, nothing would actually put them off their cooking, James corrected, shuddering in horror at the very idea, which drove any talk of house elves back out the window and a nice new round of laughter. No one in doubt it had been the twins. Good to see he knows how to laugh it off, Remus said warmly, thinking of previous times something like this had happened, and very glad Neville had never once seemed to turn bitter about this. I cannot put into words how excited I am they're still on about this, Sirius squealed, bouncing in his seat at this new idea of the twins. They clearly have a gift for it, Lily agreed. Wait, so you kept that little dragon? Sirius asked in disgust. Yes, Harry shrugged, but he ran away that night. I don't really know where he went either. I always wondered if Crookshanks ate him. Asterisk, I hope so, Sirius muttered, while Remus went a little wide-eyed and demanded, "Did you say a dragon got loose in your common room, and you never reported it or even looked for it?" Harry looked honestly confused as he asked. "Ah, no, why would I?" Lily suddenly released a burst of laughter and gasped, "Oh, Merlin, I'm just picturing that thing getting out and going to live in the forest or something." "I hate you right now," Sirius scowled at her. Even if he did know the magic of it would make it vanish after a few months, he didn't even want to picture running across one of those in his forest. "Yes, yes, they still are," Sirius grumbled mutinously. He didn't care Harry had got past his. He still wanted nothing to do with the beasts. "Oh, I'm sure they have it charmed on the inside to be plenty warm," Lily corrected, at least hoping Karkaroff would do this for his students. Even an old Death Eater had to at least pretend to care for his students, right? "Even if they don't," James rolled his eyes. "Don't they come from somewhere even colder? This can't be anything new to them." "At least their blast ends will keep you warm," Remus muttered as he tried to repress a smirk. "Hagrid's extensive knowledge of these things really keeps me warm," James frowned. He liked Hagrid as a person, but that didn't change the fact he really wanted his son to drop both of his extracurricular classes lately. "At least their dropping numbers is encouraging," Sirius chuckled. "Can never deny Hagrid's enthusiasm, though," Lily murmured in an almost affectionate tone. "Sounds like a disaster zone." Remus raised a brow, still unable to wipe his own smile off his face. "Sounds like a party," Sirius agreed. Both boys, half regretting Kettleburn, never did get these for their class. At least they'd know the end result of whatever Harry was dealing with. "I am genuinely certain the Scroot isn't the one frightened in this situation." James' brows just kept traveling up his forehead, like he was torn between wanting to laugh along with his mates at something involving these fascinating beasts and the ever-perplexing question of Hagrid's sanity regarding them. "I really wish Hogwarts had a stricter visiting policy," Harry snapped. He'd been quiet and only mildly concerned about his well-being with the Scroot around. At least he felt safe in the knowledge Hagrid would handle it in the end. But the moment she was mentioned, his annoyance went right back up. "Ha!" Sirius released a bark of righteous laughter. Finally, Dumbledore really was still good for something. "I think Hogwarts needs security," Lily sniffed. "Guards around the school or something to stop her waltzing in the front gate, especially as Dumbledore specifically said she wasn't allowed in." "Guards on gates, yes," James approved. "But inside the castle and on the grounds. Come on, Lils, you'll kill all the fun." "As if Harry needs any more fun," Lily mentally grumbled, thinking it would solve a few of the problems they'd had, but wasn't going to argue the point for now. "That should really be telling us how indestructible those things are," Remus shivered, his mind still slightly distracted from Rita by those things. "Hagrid, landing on that with his considerable weight, and it's still able to walk." "I really wish Hagrid would tell already where he got those things," Sirius agreed. "His answers just all kinds of encouraging," Lily muttered. They'd already guessed sure, but his not answering wasn't improving their mood. "Why would she draw attention to you?" James spluttered in outrage. "That's all you need is for her to launch another article soon as she catches sight of you." "I can't blame Hermione," Harry sighed. "I'd have done the same thing if I'd thought about it long enough to divert attention away from Hagrid." "That wasn't necessary," Remus snorted. He knew Harry would have agreed without it. "Still true," Harry grinned unabashedly. Dada may have been one of his best classes, but Hagrid would always be his favorite teacher, no matter the interesting things he brought to said class. "And he's off to a great start." Sirius couldn't help the sarcastic spew. "Nearly sacked his first year, clearly up to something at least minorly illegal this year." "Got to love Hagrid," Harry agreed without the same tone. "She's insane." Lily scowled. "Hagrid will know that's a mad idea just from what she's already done to Harry." "You really think she'd take a hint?" Remus agreed. "Think I like that better than Hagrid's name for them," James snorted. "Don't know what you're bothering to be subtle about." Sirius rolled his eyes. "I'd shouted in her face what a terrible idea that was." "I knew the moment I really said anything to her she'd twist it," Harry sighed. "If I had told Hagrid not to in front of her, who knew what she'd put in her next article about me?" Considering she'd most likely be doing it anyways, Harry's caution most likely wasn't going to be useful, but they couldn't blame him for trying. "Yeah, I absolutely believe that," James sighed as he rubbed at the bridge of his nose. "Hagrid wouldn't admit to that, though," Sirius reminded with plenty of confidence. "Worst," Remus repeated with a light smirk. I think he'd call that a good thing. Is there an echo in here? Sirius snickered, while Remus rolled his eyes at him. There's something I never thought I'd hear, Lily laughed. Don't know what you're talking about, James told her with an almost straight face. I think she's a lovely one. For a laugh, Sirius tacked on before they all started laughing again. Well, that is the Roman planet of the Greek god Hades, Lord of Death. Sirius rolled his eyes. Wouldn't surprise me that's her favorite. And I would think, Lily shot back, that you would take a bleeding hint and realize Harry doesn't give a single care of your bleeding predictions. Some people just can't take a hint, James told her with an earnest smile, making Lily give an indulgent grin back. Lily had to actually pause for several minutes. The boys were all laughing so hard. A combination of all the pent-up stress leading up to the dragon, and this by far being the most lax chapters they'd had since Harry's name had come out of the goblet, was making them all a little punch-drunk with giggles. That was a kind response to what I was thinking, James wheezed out. Still didn't get through her thick skull, Sirius snorted. My point exactly, Lily shook her head. The good mood was still persistent enough that they all chuckled at Harry's comment, but it didn't quite erase the reminder that he'd actually had some pretty close calls that made them feel Harry wasn't exactly wrong either. Your own original species, Sirius nodded in agreement. No thanks, Harry shook himself. He didn't like to think about dead things much. Always something to lord over your friends, Remus agreed. Don't see why, Sirius stated, a wide grin creeping across his features. I think it would actually encourage him to go get that autograph, go back to the girls and show off. Remus begged Lily to cut him off before they had to hear any more. James spluttered a bit in shock, unable to stop the worry as he demanded, Now what? Relax, Harry soothed with his head cocked to the side. He felt nothing bad for this. Hermione looked excited, not upset. Lily eyed him for a moment, gauging how truthful that was, but when Harry clearly meant it, she did keep going with honest curiosity. Has anyone? Sirius rolled his eyes. She was testy this year. Fairly certain she's not allowed to do that, Remus snorted. Ooh, the marauders said in understanding, though they remained just as confused as before. Hermione must have found the kitchen and the house elves, but that really didn't explain her excitement. Harry hadn't shown any enthusiasm for her SPEW gig. Harry still remained as baffled as the others, but when understanding struck and he realized where Hermione was taking him, he also couldn't stop some happiness bubbling up in him as well. Something good was going to come of whatever was going on, like an old friend's reappearance. I don't know how the Hufflepuffs stand it, Remus said tragically. Having to walk past food so many times a day, how can they not be constantly hungry? Glad I don't have to know, James grinned, though I bet they're on the best terms with the elves out of all the houses. Health, Sirius snorted. Honestly, that one's not as bad. Least it would be a little harder to make fun of. Harry was watching them all curiously, but clearly they had no more idea than him what was so exciting Hermione was going on about it. Ah, that brings back the best memories. Sirius' grin kept stretching wider. That place was as familiar to us as the forest by the end of our first year, James agreed. Lily blinked down at the pages in shock as her mind tried to process what elf would be down in the kitchen squealing over Harry. None of them should have even met him. When she looked up at Harry to see if he had any ideas, she saw him blinking in shock, his mouth flopping uselessly, and though she had a curious idea as the only elf this could be, she still read. WH what? Sirius spluttered, his face quickly flipping from shock to outrage the fastest. Despite his pleasure in the justice Darby had dished out to Malfoy, Sirius still held no love for the critter that had genuinely tried to maim Harry at some point. I knew it. Harry yelped in relief, clearly noticing no such feelings pouring off of his godfather. I just knew I'd run into Darby again. What on earth do you think he's doing there? Best guess. Remus offered indulgently at Harry's clearly laughing features. Dumbledore might have hired him. Last we heard he was looking for a paying job. Dumbledore would be the first in mind to indulge in such things. I think that's brilliant, Lily agreed, ignoring the still flabbergasted James and stone-faced Sirius. Yeah, like the fact that he's wearing clothes, James chuckled as he shook off his own disbelief. And that's saying something, Lily giggled. Sirius couldn't keep it up any longer. He cracked and started snickering with the rest of all the garments, but Sirius was still tinged with unease. Last time Harry had been in danger, Darby hadn't exactly been helpful. This year Harry was actually in more danger than he had back in his second year, and Sirius was kind of terrified what the little elf would do when he found out this time. And Winky, James did a double take in surprise. I never thought about it. Remus cocked his head to the side. But what does happen to house elves when they get sacked? When Harry said he knew he'd see Darby again, I didn't think about it much, but Winky. Honestly, I don't think anyone has a clue, Sirius shrugged absently. It's so rare to even fire one. What Crouch did really was an extreme. Harry finally noticed Sirius' disinterest in Darby and frowned slightly at him. He'd really been hoping that Sirius had officially gotten over his hatred of Darby, but clearly he wasn't fond of him either. At least he wasn't spouting death threats again, yet. So elves do have a sense of clothing, Lily giggled, her fondness for Darby managing to increase as she realized he just enjoyed standing out. Oof, Remus winced for the poor thing. He couldn't even begin to imagine what would be going through an elf's mind at being separated from a master they'd so clearly loved. Hopefully Winky's state would impress upon Hermione what most elves were really like. Freedom did nothing good for them. I feel like that happens frequently. James cringed at the idea of a girl, even a female house elf, crying. Oh, that sounds lovely. Sirius managed to chuckle amidst all the still strained faces at hearing about Winky. Do they just have all that in waiting? Harry asked in surprise. It's prepared in advance and then kept magically at temperature in case Dumbledore or any of the staff ever have a call for it, Remus shrugged. Ah, well, at least I feel slightly better, Sirius muttered under his breath. He gained stunned looks from the others as they finally guessed where his mind had been, but Sirius just shrugged and really did relax back. He hadn't been able to help it, though. If there was something powerfully magical enough to calm the goblet, he put money on a house elf. Darby had done some pretty deranged things in his stride to help Harry before. Clearly, though, Darby really hadn't anything to do with this. The others wanted to call him out on such a strange train of thought to them, but Harry was so relieved to see Sirius didn't look so uptight at the mention of Darby anymore. He pleadingly waved his mother on, who heeded him. I can imagine that being a sore spot for her, Remus winced, kind of wishing Darby would take this conversation elsewhere, as it was clearly upsetting the poor thing. To them, it is, James agreed. Ooh, that poor thing, Lily frowned. What was he charging? Sirius suddenly started smirking. I honestly might have taken him up just to piss off me own. Creature would go mad if he had competition, well, more barking. The boys laughed along, even Harry not because he found it funny. In fact, every time Sirius mentioned Creature lately, he got a nasty twist inside his innards. But just happy to see, Sirius had quickly jumped right back to his old joking ways. Anyone would love being free after living with the Malfoys their whole life, Remus shuddered in full agreement. Doesn't seem to be gaining him many friends, though. Lily frowned in sorrow for the poor thing. Like he cares, James scoffed. Most house elves don't care about friends. Hogwarts is actually unique in having more than two on hand. Like Darby said, they live for their work, so long as he's getting that he'll be more than happy. Lily was fidgeting terribly as she kept going. The worst feeling was that she didn't even know how to help Winky. She had no idea how to go comforting any elf. She'd never heard of one in this state. It was not a comfortable feeling for Lily, who had always strived to help as many of those around her. Sirius really couldn't stop the uncontrollable shaking of his shoulders as he imagined this scene. Darby just ignoring the fact that Winky was having a breakdown and just chatting casually with Harry. Ouch, Remus winced. Didn't expect Dumbledore to cheap him so much. I don't think I'll blame him for that, James disagreed with a curious look. Think about this. It's the first time I've ever heard of a house elf even being paid. Maybe what would be considered normal for us would give the little guy a coronary. He'll most likely build up to it, I hope, he concluded, waving Lily on curiously. There you have it. James' smile turned downright smug at having guessed this. Wipe that look off your face. It's not that hard to work out, Sirius snickered with no force. Eesh, this isn't going to go well, Remus winced. If Winky was losing her mind over talking about this, he couldn't imagine discussing such other things like paying would help. There's the typical attitude, Sirius nodded, wiping his brow as if relieved the world still worked right. I still don't get it, Lily grumbled. Crouch was horrible to her, what she got to be so upset about. Their minds don't work like that, James gently reminded. They'd gone over this a bit, so he didn't press his point, and neither did Lily. Lily still couldn't help but mutter a few bitter, brainwashed comments in between reading that. You haven't figured that out, James shook his head. Remember how Darby acted the last time he almost spoke ill of the Malfoys, and they're the definition of bad wizards. I was just confirming for all of them, not just Darby, Harry defended. Never had a house elf try to be me, Sirius smiled, ducking on instinct when James made to swing at him again. I think he's been called worse recently, Remus chuckled, but he's got a point. Most people would for him, Sirius muttered with a frown starting to edge out his good mood. He didn't want to think what all secrets Dumbledore was hiding. This could get fun. James still stayed in an optimistic mood. He didn't want this good chapter to be ruined just because of Dumbledore. Well, it's a start, Remus indulged. Give it a few more years and he might even call them really bad dark wizards. Sirius rolled his eyes. Oh, that poor thing, Lily groaned. Even freed of those Malfoys, poor Darby was still forced to act like that. I'll stop him, Harry said with confidence. He'd had plenty of practice. And I'm sure Harry'll be happy to help, James grinned. I think not, Remus sniffed. If we have them enslaved, the least they should be able to do is speak their minds. You keep that in mind if you ever meet mine, Sirius rolled his eyes in disgust. Wonder why they've had all females, Lily asked. Some just prefer a gender, Sirius shrugged when he realized he was expected to answer. I'm sure it doesn't actually have any difference. Well, that was extreme, Remus cocked his head. I don't like him much anymore, James agreed, but he's irking me. What has Crouch had to say about him? Guess Winky took Crouch's complaints about how he runs his department literally, Lily offered with a shrug. Harry couldn't help disagreeing with them. He really felt like there was something he was missing about Bagman, something Crouch would know about, and he really hoped Winky would elaborate on this. What would house elves even do with their money? Sirius suddenly asked, as the idea had never occurred to him. You ask just as I'm fixing to read. Lily rolled her eyes at him. He grows on you, James agreed while Sirius still tried to deny that was getting more true the more Darby showed up. Well, that was sweet, Remus grinned. Though sort of agitating, Lily grumbled. His mum probably went through a lot to make those, and Ron was always complaining about them, and now he was just giving it away. At least it was for a good reason. There's a sentence you don't get to hear much, Sirius grinned. Never had a more memorable flashback to my school years, James beamed. This ought to become a regular occurrence now, Sirius agreed. Or I honestly can't wait, Lily beamed. At least there was something good to look forward to. Yeah, no, I can't picture that one bit, Sirius rolled his eyes. They'll treat Winky with more respect than him, James agreed, and she's in disgrace, but at least she's embracing it. In fact, hopefully this'll help Hermione more than anyone, Remus added hopefully. She'll realize Darby's the odd one of his bunch, maybe look into the ideologies and mindsets of the common house, elf and see how much damage she could do with this running group of hers. It's already been how many months? Sirius raised an odd brow at Hermione. I think she's fooling herself. A good point I can't deny, Sirius nodded along. He was an annoying bugger when he came to Harry, but still leagues better than Crouch. Causing one last release of laughter in the room, a very good omen for how this morning was going as Lily passed James the book. Was anyone else insanely disappointed when this thing was never mentioned again? I think it would have been adorable, or at least had a few funny moments if it had just popped once or twice again. Chapter 23, The Unexpected Task. Chapter text James still had a brilliantly happy smile in place as he began. This tournament was far from over, but the longer the break in between task times the better in his opinion, as all he really wanted to be hearing was his son having a normal and fun-filled life at school. Now he'd finally discovered where the kitchens were. It was a great omen to other things looking up. Now what are you up to? Lily giggled. Some teacher telling them off sounded like a field day compared to whatever else had been going on. Harry had a smile on his face, not entirely sure as he could hear McGonagall saying that with clarity several times. Don't need to have that described. Sirius. Grin was still widening. That's one of the most common things to happen around us. How you lot always manage to stay on her bad side, and still manage to have the best grades in that class, I'll never know. Lily rolled her eyes fondly. Never had the pleasure of doing that, though, Remus snickered. Parrot versus fish, James smirked. I think Ron was winning. We didn't know what they'd change into until after, Harry chuckled. Don't knock Harry's skill to improvise. Sirius wagged his finger at James. Hurtful, Sirius spluttered with his hand to his heart. As if you haven't heard far worse. Lily shook her head at the lot of them, who seemed to find this far too funny. Called it. James whooped, throwing his hands in the air in victory, then holding his hand out expectantly to Sirius, who quickly smacked it away and reminded, "We didn't place money down, would you shove it?" "Oh shit," Remus yelped with quite a look crossing his face. "Do I even want to know what that is?" Harry groaned as he watched those around him go from wide-eyed shock to genuine laughter. "It explains why you were assigned dress robes," Lily got out around twitching lips. "I forgot about that," James said honestly, his eyes swimming with all the anticipation of fun this could be. "So no then," Harry grumbled when he realized no one was going to answer. "You mean she meant like a dancing ball?" Harry groaned when understanding came to him. "That's right, pup." Sirius nodded along in pure joy for what he was already hoping to hear. So far any mention of Harry around girls had been a hoot. This promised to be just as much fun judging by his already red-tinged face. "Well, I don't want to go," Harry insisted at once. "I've never been to anything like this. Why would I start now?" "It's traditional of the champions," Lily pointed out, a slight agitation at that fact making this slightly less fun, but not completely. "You're going to have to make an appearance." Harry slammed back against his seat, his face buried in his hands in mutinous protest of this, which only caused another round of laughter. "Agreed. You two were even being silent about it." Sirius nodded along for Harry's benefit. Harry still wouldn't look up. One moment of agreement wasn't going to make up for the laughter he could still hear in everyone's voice. "I don't know." James' grin kept getting wider until he was sure it would get stuck that way, and he cared nothing. "I've seen her get pretty fast and loose when it came to her Quidditch. I like to think she'd relax a bit around other things as well. Remember that time we had our beds soaring through the corridors?" Remus reminded with an old smile. "She actually sat there and debated with us for an hour about the technicalities of the no students out of bed rule and didn't even punish us when she made us go back. One of the most memorable loopholes you've found." Sirius hadn't kept a straight face this whole chapter and knew he wasn't going to any time soon. "As far as she knows, I'm still on the run," Sirius said with the most wide-eyed of innocence, "so I don't see how she's going to get me to be displeased about much of anything." "Why do a joke that's not funny?" Remus groaned with far more indulgence than he'd meant to, but they were all in too good a mood to really be annoyed this time. "Because it's funny and you know it," Sirius insisted with a knowing smirk, especially because Harry still laughed every single time. "Oh boy," James rolled his eyes, always having a bad feeling now when Harry was singled out. "Please, I'll bet Neville's made more minor disturbances," Lily scoffed, "that really wasn't that bad." "Besides, she would have had Ron stay as well," James agreed. "At least their old head of house wasn't biased." Cue another round of unnecessary, insane giggling on everyone but Harry's part, who was seriously considering strangling the lot of them. "That's the best part." Remus at least tried to muffle his chuckles while he spoke. "He's not got a clue." Sirius had his fists stuffed in his mouth in attempts to muffle himself so that James wouldn't stop, leaving whatever he wanted to say null and void. "You and your vivid imagination," Lily told him fondly, though he really wasn't that far off. No sympathy on her part whatsoever. James shook his head in pity for his poor boy. "What would you have her do?" Remus tried to demand, though his quivering voice already gave away how the end of this was coming. "Give the Gryffindors dance lessons." Sirius genuinely lost it and laughed mercilessly at the thought, but James was not going to let the joke go that easily, his eyes suddenly lighting in a whole new mischievous light. "It's not like it's a bad idea. Can you imagine Sprout and Flitwick? Each house would have their own." He couldn't get much farther when his wife collapsed into giggles as well. She was trying to clamp her hand over her mouth so hard that she looked like she was trying to smother herself. James had an indulgent smile in place as he began to ask her what was so funny, but then he did a quick head count and realized who he'd left out intentionally on principle, but then he too lost any sensibility. It took no time at all for Harry and Remus to realize and join in. Sirius was left doubled over and wheezing by the time everyone tried to calm back down, complaining without a drop of ire. "I can't breathe." "Well, good," Lily told him primly, her own shoulders still shaking slightly. Maybe now we can go 5 minutes without hearing your stupid commentary." "You love my stupid commentary," Sirius shot back at once. Then his face twitched with the force of his own stupid comment as he realized what he said. James had to work furiously for a few moments until his voice came out in any sort of intelligible before he could continue. "And I fully agree with you," Sirius nodded along, some sense coming back to him. "Girls really aren't that hard once you get the hang of them." "You would know," Lily sniffed. "You went through enough of them." "Never someone unwilling to tame." Sirius' smirk kept widening, and James decided to keep going before a familiar round could appear. Sirius gave a forceful shiver in full disagreement, but the others at least gave another slight bit of laughter for Harry. Harry groaned as yet again all four of them had to stop themselves for a moment from laughing again. How was this chapter worse than the Horntail? "Oh, that's pleasant," Remus groaned, some pity for Harry starting to replace the amusement. "They aren't making it easy at all. It doesn't help that the boys make it as awkward as possible," Lily shrugged. "It should be as simple as asking." "You did not just say that with a straight face," James accused her. "You're lucky I'm the persistent one." "You were an arse before I said yes to you," Lily reminded lovingly, "and even if the girl does turn them down, it's not the end of the world." "You're simplifying it too much," James pouted back at her. "What if the bloke you wanted to go with said no to you? Don't admit you wouldn't be crushed, and not even want to go with anyone else on principle." "Come on, guys," Sirius butted in with a longing look at the book. "I want to hear about Harry dealing with this." "No, no," Harry quickly yelped and tried to push the book back away from his dad. "I'm enjoying this. Let them keep going." James had been successfully derailed, though, as he did keep going despite Harry's continued protest. Remus opened, but quickly closed his mouth. He'd been wanting to make a crack about the last time a girl had gone to the bathroom on her own. She'd been attacked by a troll, but he thought before he spoke and knew that one was in poor taste. Sirius did no such thing as he blurted. "The last girl you met who'd gone off on her own ended up killed by a basilisk. Do you really blame them?" Harry scowled lightly at him, honestly debating giving him a smack as now didn't feel like a time to bring that up, but James was ignoring them both. "Well, he's not wrong," Sirius said saintly, though honestly they all started giggling again. "Saw that coming," Remus agreed as he met Harry's baleful look with a smirk, but Harry wasn't denying it. "Say yes to the first brave soul who tries. Problem solved," Remus quickly agreed. "He should at least have a try at Cho first," James quickly pointed out, having much more faith Harry would find some hidden nerve. Sirius disagreed and was more on Remus' side with this one. Harry most definitely had not picked up his father's confidence in this matter, nor had he been getting turned down at every step like James had at this point in his school life. Sirius enjoyed making jokes, but he was well aware Harry really had no idea what was going on in this aspect, and maybe it would be best to go simple. Remus rolled his eyes in genuine agitation at that. He knew all too well when someone felt guilty they'd try to be overtly kind, and it usually managed to tick him off all the more. "Oh!" Lily couldn't help but coo at once. Harry looked like a stunned fish, his mouth flopping uselessly as even now he had no idea what kind of response he would have given her. The expression caused some more snickering from the boys, but at least it was slightly subdued this time. "Ooh!" Lily groaned in pure pity for that little thing, having to fight down the impulse to whack her son upside the head as she snapped. "Please tell me you at least apologized and were polite about it." Harry still looked like he was being smothered with embarrassment and didn't answer. "I'm having so many flashbacks," Sirius beamed, thinking of a few times this had happened to James, and he'd been just as thrown that any girl would have anything to do with him except Lily. "I'm impressed so many younger than you are asking." Lily's grin kept widening. "Normally they're the most shy." Then she turned flashing eyes and demanded, "Were you at least more polite to them?" Harry still had his eyes deadly focused on the fact that Hickory was creeping back into the room for the first time in ages and fixing to pounce on the back of the couch where Sirius was, and trying to ignore anything and everything else. "Well, how could you say no to Sirius?" began, but then let out a high-pitched "Yikes!" in shock as the fluffy, brown feline landed right behind him, making him nearly jump off the couch. Harry laughed hardest of all, reaching over and scooping up the cat to be placed on his lap, and scratching him affectionately behind the ears in gratitude for his excellent timing. Sirius was running his hand through his hair with a grumpy scowl as he sat back down, muttering about conspiracy theories. James had long since stopped bothering trying to read without the laughter ebbing into his every word, now somehow made worse. Can't deny that's a fair point, Remus sympathized. You are going to be a star attraction. It shouldn't have made that much of a difference. Lily rolled her eyes at these boys. He's going to be gawked at regardless. Least the taller girl would get a bit more attention. If Harry had actually liked her, I would agree, James shrugged, but he hasn't known the name of a single one of these girls, so it would be kind of awkward if he said yes, then asked after the fact. Now that's most certainly true. James rolled his eyes. Harry's double famous right now. Every girl's going to want to give the next scoop to Skeeter they're the next Hermione. Gee, thanks, Harry grumbled, though he couldn't deny how right his dad probably was. Now that's a really fair question, Lily frowned in pity. Even if it does start that way, Sirius offered as he tried to find a good spin for this. They'd get to talking and could find out they really like each other. Harry was frowning, wondering if it would still bother him that's how it had gotten started, when Remus offered, if it's such a bother asking a girl, why don't you just ask Hermione to go with you as a friend? Harry blinked a couple times in shock before shrugging and saying, never occurred to me. I hope I do think of that. Well, he should, James sniffed in agreement as he hoped Harry was right. It's at least a start. Well, it's not like he started it in the first place. Lily rolled her eyes at him. So leave him be and be thankful. About bleeding time, Sirius rolled his eyes. These students needed to find better sources of entertainment than Harry. Oh, good. Remus looked honestly relieved. I really was worried he'd go getting himself into trouble. Like we needed any more this year, James agreed. Sirius mock gasped and pretended to fan his face in shock as he drawled, really, I never would have guessed such a thing. I raise your dramatics and add disbelief. Remus shook his head indulgently. More good news, Lily smirked. Guess the heartthrob story's starting to wear out. James rolled his eyes, starting to look for a new angle. Then she's interviewing the wrong teachers. Harry rolled his eyes as well. Is he really sure, though? Sirius raised an accusing brow at Harry, because he's gotten into some pretty balmy stuff against school rules. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry said, batting his eyes innocently. There's where my mind was, Remus grumbled, even if he did agree. I like to think so, Lily warmly smiled. Is Hagrid going to be bringing a date? Sirius demanded at once with an interested brow. If the dragons didn't scare Maxim away, then I doubt a dance will, James chuckled. Harry was full-blown smiling in relief after his chat with Hagrid. There was a reason he was hands down his favorite person at Hogwarts outside of his friends, no matter his choice of pets. Half the students there can't drink, Remus snorted, so I don't think I'd buy that. Guess it's too much to ask that the three toads are still around, James mumbled absently. Great, now I feel old, Lily rolled her eyes. He always was one of my favorite professors, Sirius beamed. Probably because he told us off the least, James agreed. And indulged us the most, Remus snickered. I'm sure he's been bragging to everyone it was his diligent teaching that got him that far, Lily giggled. Not surprised, James sighed, thinking Snape would more likely drown them all than allow a game to be played. I always forget about him, Sirius said in surprise. It's a gift he utilizes too well, Remus grumbled. Yes, but at least they're the kind of teachers you decently respect for doing it, James sighed. Now there's a nightmarish thought, Sirius yelped as all five of them shivered in horror. Please have Colin pull you out of class again, Remus groaned with no real hope. I'll even take another horrid comment about the press, Harry agreed. Got to disagree with her there, James' grin was right back. That's an excellent use of your time, lots of hard work and skill involved. Wait, Muggle cards really don't, Sirius yelped in surprise. I know, it seems so boring in comparison, Lily rolled her eyes, though both purebloods missed the sarcasm in light of this news. See, he's studying the important things, Remus snickered. Some of their amusement started to ebb out at Hermione bringing that back up, wishing she could have waited just a little bit longer to do so. They were honestly trying to forget for at least a moment that wasn't a problem of Harry's. Lily opened, then closed her mouth, wanting to caution her son against waiting until the last minute as it had gotten pretty bad during the first task, and he had much more time to prepare for this one, but couldn't bring herself to do it. She wanted to avoid this as much as everyone else. Can't honestly say I'd care, though, Sirius groused. Honestly, I'd refuse to figure it out on principle. They can't force me to do a task. I just stand there getting the lowest points possible. Much too proud to be pulling a stunt like that, Lily reminded. Though I do think he'd be stubborn enough, Remus disagreed. Chuckling lightly at all of them, James decided to keep going before this turned into a full-on debate. Congratulations, Ron, that's the grand prize, James laughed outright. I don't think Ron will appreciate that reminder, though, Remus snickered. I'm not the one who said it, Harry defended, smiling himself. Always around for a good laugh, Sirius brightened all the more. Why wouldn't they just use a school owl? Lily asked in surprise. Why do they need him at all? James countered before going back to the book without being told. Well done. Remus snapped his fingers with only a mild pout. Make sure you respond soon, Sirius. Don't want to stand in the way of that romance. I'd never dream such a thing, Sirius agreed tragically before they both cracked up laughing again. You know, I almost forgot about that. James shook his head for a moment as he recalled the last time the twins' problem this year had been mentioned before Harry's goblet mess had started. Well, it clearly hasn't been fixed yet. Remus cocked his head to the side in surprise. But unless they explain, Lily sighed. Which I doubt, Sirius snorted. We don't have anything new to figure out. She finished. Ah, sibling love, Sirius snickered. Lily couldn't help but crinkle her nose at Fred's phrasing. She didn't care if he wasn't that shallow. It still wasn't polite to say. Was no one going to acknowledge Hermione at the table? Well, he's a cocky little one. Remus' brows shot up to his hairline. Wait, it gets better. James hushed him. Oh, this is the best, Sirius crowed with pleasure. Putting her on the spot has been known to work if you have the gall, James agreed with an obvious look at Lily. Though it's not foolproof if the woman's got brains, Lily sniffed, unable to mask a smile at all of James' wild attempts. Asking her out in front of the common room had only been one of many. Well, that was unmemorable, Sirius snickered. You two put on much more of a show, Remus agreed with shaking shoulders. Harry normally would have loved to ask for more details of his parents' courting, but he was still too open-mouthed with shock at such a display from his Quidditch mates. He'd never have the nerve to do something like this. Hopefully you and Ron do take his example, though, Lily told Harry fondly. It's really not that bad if you just swallow and do it. Think I'd still rather have that dragon back, Harry muttered. How is it possible he managed to phrase that worse than Fred did? Lily groaned, already wanting to smack Ron again. That boy has no filter between mouth and brain, Remus agreed with a shrug. Sirius cast his mind around, thinking hadn't that name come up once before. Oh yeah, James' eyes brightened with understanding. Wasn't she that girl who tried to curse her acne off? And got her nose instead, Sirius agreed in understanding. Apparently it didn't come back quite right. Remus raised a curious brow. Lily had to fight down the impulse to whack all three of them. She didn't find this the least bit funny. Lily screwed her eyes up tight as she snarled. Oh, please tell me he's kidding. He's being a prat to his friend. Sirius shrugged her off. That's nothing unusual. What else are friends for? James agreed, trying to laugh it off. None of the boys were taking Ron seriously. They all knew he was just trying to rankle up Hermione for fun. Ron had never before really showed that he was shallow when it came to looks. Then again, he'd never displayed much interest in looks at all before this year, so maybe he was going to turn into a picky suitor. I hope those foreigners are enjoying the treat, James grinned. That sounded like so much fun to him. I always love the castle when they do it up like that, Sirius agreed cheerfully. Considering his place had hardly ever been decked out at all, it was always a pleasure to see, causing all five of them to burst out with laughter again, even Lily. Ron had given her enough reason lately to be angry, no need to cling to it when this was a funny enough distraction. I suppose a waltz with yourself wouldn't be too much fun, Remus pointed out. I don't know. Could start a new trend in protest of having to invite anyone, Sirius smirked. Harry grumbled something under his breath about this whole ordeal. Joyful laughter erupted all around for that beautiful mental image. Even Harry couldn't stop some chuckling at his own mind's expense for that one. Lovely conversation starter, James' head bobbed in agreement. And boys say girls are dramatic, Lily smiled indulgently. I thought it was a perfect example. Remus rolled his eyes. Harry's face was slowly getting redder with mortification of what he was trying to build himself up to do. Even if by some miracle she said yes, The experience of building up and asking didn't feel worth it at this point. I wouldn't either, James snorted. He couldn't give a cow patty about any class of Snapes, no matter how important the subject. Well, if you want to do it that way, sure, Sirius nodded along in agreement. I don't want to know what you would have done, Harry told him honestly, which only made Lily begin giggling, but at least she tried to suppress it. That's either a good thing, and she's suppressing hope of what you're fixing to ask, Remus said with honest optimism. Or she has no idea what's fixing to be sprung on her, James told with pity. Ah, the start to a beautiful back and forth between Prongs and Evans, Sirius grinned. Harry quickly pieced together that the first time James had tried to ask Lily out, he may have actually tried this same method. He looked curiously to his dad, who understood what Harry was silently asking, and nodded without too much embarrassment. Yeah, sometime after Easter in our third year. I don't know, something changed. I saw her talking to this Ravenclaw who was a year above us on his Quidditch team, and something just sparked. I already didn't like him because we'd be playing him for the cup soon, and I later realized I was jealous. He threw her a winning smile. So I walked over and asked for a word. She followed without one bit of enthusiasm. He and Snape had already been at each other for nearly 3 years now, Lily buted in with an eye roll. So I was honestly thinking he'd finally turn that kind of attention my way, not the opposite. Well, I asked what she was doing. He switched voices for a moment like he was trying, and failing, to imitate his wife. It's none of your business. Though quickly switched back to normal. Well, from then on I wanted to make it my business, and well, it didn't end pretty, James finished with an old grin. That time. At least the final results you're aware of. I'd been telling him he had a thing for her for years before that, Sirius said wisely. He'd never let us pull a prank on her while she was Snape's friend even before that, though he never had a problem pulling on other girls. He wouldn't admit it until he came barreling up to our common room that day and started babbling at top speed what had just happened. Never seen a bloke more excited to be turned down. Remus jumped in with unrestrained laughter. Said it was his new project to get her to say yes to him. Bloody 4 years later, and I finally cracked, Lily finished with a giggle. Harry was laughing so hard by the end, he'd almost forgotten what was going on in his own story by the time everyone had finally settled back down from a new laughing fit, and James kept going. Be a little odd if you darted off now without saying something, Sirius agreed. Articulation clearly wasn't passed along, Remus cackled. Harry was working furiously with his face to try and keep a scowl there at all of their picking, but it wasn't quite masking the embarrassment of the situation. Because you don't get to control functions like that, Lily shook her head sadly. That's not a good start, James winced, already bracing himself as he got the rest out. Ouch! All four of them winced at Harry's expense. It wasn't quite as funny now that he'd actually been turned down. Harry's embarrassment at once dropped into mortification. Great, now he'd really gone and made a fool of himself. James had tried to get through that sad little interaction as quickly as possible. It wasn't nearly as much fun picking on his son after the fact, especially because James could commiserate so well on how that could feel. For all the bravado he'd always shown that he knew Lily would one day say yes to him, there had been a few times that he'd never shown to anyone where his confidence would get spotty, especially before the time she and Snape had stopped being friends. Oh boy, this might not end well, Remus winced, only imagining what else Harry could shoot off to make this worse. Why would you ask that? Sirius winced. Either you know him and you're going to hate him, or you don't know him and you're still going to hate him. Better than wondering for the next few days, Harry grumbled. He what? James yelped in protest. That swatty little good-for-nothing, Sirius scowled in outrage. Guess you are wishing you'd let the dragon eat him now, Remus sniffed on Harry's behalf. Harry still looked marginally more embarrassed than outraged, for now, so James decided to keep going before that could wear off, then he'd let his son have it out. All forgivable enough if he's the decent kind, James huffed. But this was just cold. Sirius scowled. Lily couldn't help a surprised snort of laughter that had to be one of the snarkiest things Harry had ever thought about a fellow student, and it all had to do with a girl. Personally, she couldn't blame her son for thinking anything he wanted to about Cedric at this point. Yes, it was his own fault for not asking first, but really, What mother could blame her son for this happening? Harry's high levels of agitation at Cedric and all colors of mortification at the thought of Cho actually dipped away for the briefest moment, his mind derailed and wondering who Ginny was going to go with. Why would he wonder that, though? Ron's little sister had never crossed his mind any more than Hermione. Sirius let out a surprised snort of laughter, very much hoping this stayed plenty distracting from Harry's problem. "Well, this sounds like fun," James mumbled, not quite over his own shock at Harry's problem, but there wasn't anything they could really do for him now anyways. It did make him glance at the ring on his son's finger in genuine curiosity again. Did this problem with Cho work out, and she was on the other end of that, causing 5 collective snorts of laughter at that had been distracting? Ron really went for the high one, Sirius admitted, actually raising his hands like he was going to applaud. Though if we've heard anything about her, she was asked out the first day. Lily rolled her eyes. So did she say yes? Remus quickly asked James, trying to wave him on. She's being much kinder than the twins would, Lily smirked. That poor thing, Lily bemoaned, at least some pity replacing her agitation at his earlier comments. What a time for him to grow a set, Sirius snickered. Guess it slipped your mind to tell him that before now, James winced, though that still didn't completely erase his smile. Sure, he felt bad for Ron, but this certainly made Harry's downfall seem better by comparison. Wouldn't have done him much good even with the knowledge, Sirius shrugged. Ron's always had a soft spot for her. Actually, now that I think about it, can't believe Ginny wasn't one to ask you along with all those other girls in the first place. Remus raised a surprised brow. Nah, she's far too shy. James rolled his eyes. I think this is the first time she's actually spoken in front of Harry, period, and she's not even blushing. Harry felt an odd echo inside of him, like he actually was wishing Ginny had asked him, but all Harry could picture was saying yes to her as much as he would have to Hermione, just as a friend. Still, he did hope at least he'd try. At least he knew Ginny over those other random girls. Oh, Lily chirped. I can see that. She has helped him out quite a few times. Now let's see what Hermione said. Sirius raised a curious brow, as he'd never picked up on any feelings between the two. Then again, maybe Hermione might have just said yes to be polite. Ouch! James winced for Hermione. Was that really necessary? It's a wonder Hermione hasn't knocked him upside his head, Lily agreed waspishly. That wasn't just playful teasing anymore. I think Ron's just at that stage where he hasn't gotten past seeing Hermione as a friend, Remus shrugged, so he can't picture anyone dating her. Let's just be grateful Hermione wasn't around for this. Sirius shook his head. Otherwise Ron wouldn't be going to this at all. He'd be dead. Harry couldn't help a surprised bit of laughter, which he quickly regretted. Now that's not funny. Lily flared up at once. Ron's just pissed at his own blown-up mess and shooting his mouth off. Sirius rolled his eyes. I doubt he means it. Well, I'm getting sick of Ron's mouth, Lily snapped. I'm glad Ginny put them in their place, Lily muttered with mutiny, as all the boys around her still seemed to be treating this far too much like a joke. It really wasn't right to be making fun of all these kids like this. Lily buried her face in her hands, in preparation for the bloodbath that comment would earn Ron, missing all of the boys' looks of fear that Ron had just said the stupidest thing ever. Not that I doubted when she said that to Neville, Sirius raised a surprised brow, but who is she going with? Search me, Harry grumbled, still wishing he'd thought of the friend idea earlier. Okay, Ron, that's not funny anymore, James groaned, shaking his head desperately like he was there trying to convince him to shut up. It wasn't funny to begin with, Lily snapped at him, making him decide very quickly to move on. I think this poor thing's stuck in oblivion, Remus groaned, and someone needs to pull him back fast. Too late, he's a dead man, Sirius sighed. Harry was thinking back to that interaction with some odd feelings now. At the time, he'd been just as stunned as Ron with the way Hermione was acting, but now looking back, he felt like he was missing something. All thoughts of any other girls flipped away, and Harry sat up a little straighter, suddenly wanting to take a page out of Ron's book and make a crack about Neville as well. This was ridiculous. Why was Ginny going with anyone? Or, look who's going all big brother, Sirius snickered as he watched Harry's reaction. Relax, Neville's a sweet kid. What are you and Ron getting worked up over? James snorted. Harry deflated at once, the feeling already washing away as he shrugged and mumbled something inarticulate. Lily was watching her husband with a surprised look, though, thinking back and wondering if Ron even realized what he was getting worked up over. Maybe all of his little comments just then about Neville hadn't been just plain mean. Her mind flickered back to second year, about how he'd swallowed his greatest fear and went looking for spiders after glancing at her empty seat. Ron had always had some vivid reactions when it came to Hermione. Bet she is kicking herself, though, Remus winced. Could have gone with her little crush, but thankfully she's decent enough not to just dump Neville like that. This ball sucks, Harry grumbled. I would definitely classify Trelawney's clones as drastic. James nodded in agreement. Lily shot him a poisonous look, still wishing these kids weren't being treated like a joke, but at least that hadn't been the worst thing he could have said. Still don't get why that's funny, Harry grumbled mutinously, still wishing he could just duck out of this thing altogether. You're the best kind of friend, though. Sirius full-blown laughed at that one, knowing he'd have done the same thing for one of his friends. Harry felt something twitch inside of him, something about Ron and Lavender that he should be thinking about, but it was gone as quick as it had come. Yeah, cause that doesn't sound bad. Remus winced in pity. He deserves it the way he's been acting, Lily sniffed. Okay, this has gone past insulting for the poor thing, Lily snapped. What are you yelling at us for? James quickly surrendered. We stopped laughing. Lily rolled her eyes, wishing they'd get the point that marking these kids shouldn't have been laughed at all. I don't think Ron should get to go with anyone, Lily grumbled. He deserves it for his bleeding attitude. Well, we should find out next, Sirius shrugged as he took the book. Chapter 24. The Yule Ball. Chapter text Sirius was practically brimming over with excitement as he went to read about Harry's first real date. Even if it wasn't with a girl of his choosing, this was still a really big moment for his pup that they were going to get to hear about firsthand. I doubt anyone is, James agreed. Causing all five of them more pleasant chuckles, they really hoped they'd get to keep hearing more about that. Yes, Sirius cheered, nearly bouncing in his seat in hopes for this. Can't believe you haven't learned that lesson already, honestly. Remus shook his head at Harry. Neither have I, Lily agreed mercilessly. Don't even Sirius, Lily scolded before he could look pleadingly towards the kitchen. We've only just had breakfast. Sirius pouted and grumbled something as a few choice dishes came to mind, but kept going nonetheless. Lily scoffed deep in her throat, and here she'd actually given the girl some credit after her handling of the dragon. Clearly her personality still wasn't looking any better. Who complains about the food? Sirius demanded like someone had just insulted his baby. I've said a few bad things about my school, but never that. Clearly she doesn't appreciate the house elves' attempts, James sniffed in agreement. Poor thing probably doesn't want to be seen by anyone for a while, Remus winced. Didn't he already ask her that? James chuckled. I hope she gives an original response every time, Sirius smirked, causing all five of them some more snickers, half hoping that worked as they were curious, but mostly knowing it wouldn't and just enjoying the show. Is it a Slytherin? Remus yelped in surprise. Can't think of anyone else who would make her think that. Lily raised a sharp brow. Sirius, on the other hand, snorted and stated, Please, Ron would make fun of anyone who Hermione went with if it wasn't him, even Harry. He's just having some fun, James agreed with a shrug. And I'll bet anyone you ask turned you down laughing, James snapped back at once. Sirius felt his nose wrinkle with distaste as he forced himself to say that, really wishing Harry would pull that kid's tongue out of his mouth at some point. That timing, Lily grinned victoriously. Even better, Remus laughed outright. Oh, I hope Moody never leaves now, Remus praised, shoulders still shaking. While the others agreed that was the second best option, they all knew they'd want one other person in there more. Different how? Lily repeated in surprise. Harry hadn't said anything about it. Harry just shrugged for an answer. He hadn't spotted anything unusual. It would have been a point of conversation, though. Sirius couldn't help but smirk. Oh, Remus said with the hints of a smile starting to appear. I don't get it. James cocked his head to the side. Maybe it was because he'd only ever heard descriptions of her and never seen her, but he wasn't sure what was going on here. Sirius didn't either, but he was hoping the book would explain better. Always love it when that side of her comes out, Lily agreed absently as she listened intently for what Hermione had gotten up to. Oh, I kind of wanted her to keep going, Sirius pouted even though he was laughing his butt off towards the end anyways. Can you blame the poor thing? James demanded while still chuckling. Who hasn't tried to use magic to fix some physical problem? At least this sounds doable. I've always wondered how many times Madame Pomfrey's had to fix some idiot's attempts to use an engorgio charm on his. Okay, James. Lily quickly cut him off. If she never told you the number, then making one up isn't a solution. James stuck his tongue out at her while Harry tried to remember how to breathe past his laughter, and Sirius moved on. Sirius replied, Remus pointed out. Thank you, Captain Obvious, Sirius snorted. What I was going to ask was, why is Pig in the middle of a corridor? He should be waiting for Ron in his common room if he missed breakfast. Guess he found him earlier than that, Harry shrugged. Lily couldn't help a twitch of unease, feeling that wasn't really safe as anything Sirius sent was dangerous in itself and shouldn't be on display. But they were all in such chipper moods lately, she didn't want her paranoia to drag anyone else down. Oh, he ain't hurting him, Sirius rolled his eyes. Sirius had to read just a little bit louder over more laughter that caused. Thank you, Sirius. Remus rolled his eyes with sarcasm, not disagreeing, but still wishing his friend wasn't trying to rub that in. Harry was still in danger, and Padfoot encouraging that was as bad as Ron. Well, I'm not wrong, Sirius shot back. After, he got his screaming fit out of the way, that's still pretty good advice, James chuckled, still feeling a small spot in him vibrating with worry as he remembered Sirius' reaction, or lack thereof in this case, regarding those dragons. That feeling wasn't fading until he knew exactly what Azkaban had done to his brother. Thank you for the insert, Hermione, Lily snorted. Harry beamed with pride, unbelievably feeling that washing through him like never before. He couldn't really remember a time from his past where someone who meant something to him like Sirius had said that to him, and it felt remarkably good. Sure, the four around him had tried to do so sporadically, but he'd never let himself take it to heart, always thinking they were just saying things to be nice. Maybe it was because of the way Sirius had put it. Maybe it was just that memory being re-established. But Harry was certain that was the first time he'd ever felt like this before. There's the paranoia I was waiting for, Remus chuckled, and was pleased to see James join in as quick as Sirius this time. He'd long since noticed the father attempting to smother his agitation towards Sirius the past few times he'd come up, and Harry's obvious glee at receiving such praise from his godfather was likely to get under James' skin as much as anything. But James really did seem to be trying to shake it off today. Well, you've just turned into a right old killjoy, Remus shot at Sirius, a gleam of revenge shining in his eyes as he held his hand out expectantly. I've never heard such a thing from a marauder. I think I'm going to need your card back. Sirius happily stuck his tongue out at his mate for that, stating back, never happening. You'll have to remove my hand to get it. James was laughing without remorse at the pair, so Lily had to be the voice of reason as she cut in, can you two kiss and make up for that later? I actually want to get to the ball already. Harry groaned in true disagreement, but Sirius was certainly excited enough to get back. I'll take that as a compliment, Sirius agreed pompously. Still proves my point, Remus' smirk widened. Sirius had to fight with himself for a moment to convince himself not to have a poke at Remus turning on him about this, as he knew he deserved. You mean you don't? James demanded, now eyeing Harry like he'd gone mad. It makes for some great fun. You'd know, Lily agreed. Weren't you the one who claimed you'd gone temporarily blind as an excuse that time you, accidentally, hit Keramic with that babbling curse? A true tragedy that day, James agreed solemnly, much to the not very suppressed amusement to those around him. Thank Merlin it wore off. Who knows who else I might have hit without meaning to. Wizard's chess really is the best, Remus agreed, though with some lingering hatred at the reminder, as it was usually a rat who played with him the most often. James and Sirius didn't always have the patience to play the game through. Harry startled like that had happened all over again, and the others looked pretty unsure as well. Was Ron trying to be funny, or the small amount of fear that had appeared evaporated with plenty of laughter now that they understood? Even Harry looked mildly more relaxed, though still too wide-eyed, as he shook himself from that shock. Why was he even doing that? James demanded after a healthy chuckle. Second time he's done that, actually, Lily reminded with smile. So I think that's just how he thinks you're supposed to be awoken. Well, someone needs to show him otherwise, Harry grumbled as he rubbed at his chest. What a festive morning, Remus chuckled. Apparently next time you should clarify when you're awake, Sirius offered helpfully. All four of them were still laughing mercilessly into their hands, Sirius having the worst problems as he tried to read around his laughter. Harry was rolling his eyes at all of them, glad they found it funny, since it hadn't happened to them. It's so good to hear Harry's scream of terror just roused them all to his side. Remus smirked. Considering the last time Ron did, and it wasn't a big deal, you can't blame them for not reacting this time, Sirius tried to mock, though that memory still didn't sit right with him considering the end results, so he quickly kept going to avoid the nasty looks he was getting for bringing that up. Absolutely. Harry forced out a laugh to try and get past Sirius' awkward comment, and your quick asking will scare them away. Actually, I tend to find that a cause for concern more often than not, James snorted without really meaning it. The most important part of the day, Remus snickered. Or he got you a present, Lily cooed. Here I thought he was just up there to collect that sweater from Ron. I'm stunned he even thought to do that. Sirius raised a sharp brow. That's not common of house elves at all. As we've well established, James reminded, Darby is not the usual house elf. Did we miss a bit where this came up? Remus asked lightly, watching Harry's suddenly scrambling face as he was clearly struggling how he was going to get out of this. Sirius Mark gasped with an affronted look at Harry, scolding, really now, after all he's done for you. Your mouth's going to leave you without any presents this year, James tried to threaten. Even if Sirius couldn't take the joke seriously, it didn't stop him responding. Shove it, Prongs. Don't you have Santa's sleigh to be pulling? Talk about a regift, Remus snorted. Yeah, I think that was more insulting than anything, Sirius agreed. Harry still felt pretty bad he hadn't gotten Darby a proper present, but he had sort of just had it sprung on him. He hadn't even been expecting him to be there this year, so he hadn't a chance to do otherwise. Then all five of them flinched at such a sharp reminder of Harry's last year being brought up so unexpectedly. They'd honestly forgotten about the thing, as the last time it had been mentioned was this time last year when Ron and Hermione had been having a fight over the cat. Now they came back and realized that every instance of it being mentioned had been in the presence of one foul little, certainly untrustworthy rat. They were all berating themselves, wishing they'd paid more attention to Ron's gift and what it could have meant, but they all knew they still never would have guessed the end until it was far too late all over again. Sirius had to take several slow, very deep breaths to remind himself why he wasn't pounding down the streets right, now trying to give a long and slow death to that good-for-nothing ruin on their life, and instead kept reading very loudly past the moment. Lily forced out a too high-pitched giggle she didn't feel, that nasty pit of a feeling coming back to her after so long feeling harder to shake now that she'd had to think about it again. Can't imagine why, Remus muttered under his breath. He'd meant to say it louder, but had unintentionally reverted like he always did when he felt tension around him. Lily heard him anyways, and managed a laugh again that this time was almost normal sounding. James, looking for any excuse not to burst into tears or fire up like a volcano, quickly latched out and demanded, and just what is so funny over there? Nothing, Lily quickly tried to appease, so they could move past the awkwardness of this for good. Remus has been over here muttering under his breath like a little nit. Ha, Mooney did that to me all the time, James grinned, eyes actually managing to lit up on such a good topic. He'd sit there and make sarcastic comments under his breath about whatever a teacher said, and I'd laugh my arse off. Then, when the teacher demanded to know what was so funny, I'd repeat what Remus said. Then I'd get in trouble while the students laughed. Lily appraised the pair of them before smiling and not saying a word. Honestly, she had never noticed that. Sirius forced the biting tension out of himself, no matter how much he wanted to do otherwise, at least recognizing his family trying to act like nothing had happened and forcing himself to do the same. Oh no, Sirius deadpanned. How could you stand for such a travesty, Harry? Harry did honestly laugh at the dry wit, the genuine noise finally cracking away the poison for now. Oh, looky there, James smirked. Sirius is mimicking Ron again. I missed that. I didn't, Lily rolled her eyes. He enjoys it far too much. You say that like it's a bad thing, Sirius pouted at her. Lily still had to repress a sigh of agitation. His mother's hard work was just being tossed around like that. She really wished Ron would appreciate this more. But again, it was going to such a sweet cause, she couldn't hold it against him either. Least Hermione hadn't come in to hear that one, Remus snorted. We all know he loves his attention, Sirius rolled his eyes with just a touch more ire than was called for, Ran's little attitude before still not totally forgotten, but certainly being eased the longer he kept behaving like normal. Now where's my picture of that? James snickered at the lovely mental image. You give what you get, Lily chirped in a sing-song voice. Noah, Lily beamed. Darby really was just the sweetest little thing. Actually, you could consider that a matching pair, James smirked. Anything Quidditch-related will always be taken with gratitude, Sirius agreed sagely. Or, Lily couldn't, and wasn't trying to stop. A coup again. Even the boys couldn't stop a pleased look about themselves at Harry responding like this. He really was just such a good kid. Harry was flushed, and muttering under his breath it really wasn't that big a deal. It had just been the right thing to do. Think they're still bitter about that? Great. James crinkled up his nose, the tendons on his arm standing out showing he wanted to do much more than make a crude comment. I know I haven't forgotten. Sirius, smile held no pleasantries, even if that was a good memory to him. Least it wasn't a used one. Harry shrugged, the others unsure if he was trying to be sarcastic or not. I want to hear about you reading that the next time she complains about you not doing work, Remus chuckled. Ron handing out the real presents there, Sirius smirked. I guess you could have sent him something worse. Lily shook her head fondly at him. I'm honestly disappointed he didn't send another firebolt, James chuckled. That's not funny, Sirius grumbled with a pout. I love it, Harry shrugged, thinking back fondly on all the sweaters he kept getting from her, warmth spreading through him every time he got a new one. Lily forced the smile to remain on her face, even at the small little prick of annoyance she got that she couldn't be the one to do this for her baby. Remus felt another stunning blow to the gut as he realized that was all the presents he'd received, with one stand out. It never ceased to bother him how much he'd just melted back out of Harry's life, not even sending so much as a pence to Harry for Christmas, when even the Dursleys had sent him some crap thing just to show they hated the boy. Merlin Sirius was on the run, and he'd still been doing better than him. Thankfully, he didn't think the others noticed, for now, but he more than hated himself enough for all of them anyways. Think that's the first time I've heard Hermione acting like a girl, Sirius groaned with a suffering sigh. Who needs 3 hours to get ready? You will when I give your black eye and you try to hide it, Lily snapped pleasantly. Sirius elected to ignore that. He's going to find out in just a few hours now, James chuckled. Can he really not wait till then and nail his brother back? Paintings can get drunk, Harry asked mildly. Sure, Sirius shrugged. They're constructs of real people after all. Harry really wanted to ask at some point for details about these portraits and just how human they supposedly could get, how they were made and everything, but knew that would take so long now wasn't the time. That poor kid, James said in honest sympathy. I get that his mum didn't have the money to go all out, Sirius agreed with a wince, but did she have to make it as bad as possible? Lily couldn't find it in herself to snap at them for that. She couldn't help but agree she did feel bad for Ron about this one. There's a lost cause before it started, Harry chuckled. If they were so good-looking, how come they weren't asked out first thing? Sirius snorted. Maybe they kept turning people down, James shrugged. Both boys suddenly realized Remus had gone a bit quiet, but they weren't really sure what that agitated look was for, and thinking it may still be some lingering agitation at the rat, they weren't going to pester him about it. Right, Lily drew the word out with pure derision, still honestly having wished Ron had just bilayed out on this night. He was annoying her so much. Yet, James smirked. Harry just gave him a look for that, wondering how long she would last, and it started up in this room again as well. He so clearly cares, Lily snorted. You know, I honestly forget sometimes they're roommates, Lily admitted, as she thought Parvati should have known if she'd left already. Nah, that's too obvious, Sirius smirked. You should go down to the chamber or something. No one can drag you out of there. Giant basilisk for a date, that's lovely, James rolled his eyes. Ron's clearly just as enthused about this, Lily rolled her eyes, though honestly she was hoping to look past this and hear about the dance already. She was honestly jealous Hogwarts had never done anything like this while she attended. It sounded like it could be fun if Harry got past the awkward part. Just imagine if Ron had showed up with her on his arm, James cackled. They'd make quite the pair. Lily couldn't help a small little smile to herself, still wondering if Ron even realized why he was asking so much. No friend should be this worked up over who their date was. Really, Sirius snorted. I'd imagine him looking more like a vampire. Remember Trokar, James pointed out with an old laugh. I still swear he's one. The best teachers are the monsters, Sirius chipped in with an obvious look at Remus. Glared balefully back, but did indeed give himself a mental slap and forced himself to stop wallowing for now. Just because he was a terrible person in this skewed future didn't mean that of him now, he hoped. Sirius was never going to Azkaban on his life, so that in turn should mean his useless self would never turn into that, and he'd just have to get over it in the meantime. For now, he focused on something much more pleasant and snapped back at his friend. You referring to me, or Snivelus? Harry tried and failed to turn his snort of laughter into a cough. Sirius, looking remarkably pleased with himself for keeping Remus back on focus, kept going now with a smug look. Probably too simple-minded to even form the question, James scoffed. Harry felt something trying to smack him between the eyes when his eyes had passed over that girl, like he really should go back and take another look. Ooh, Lily's eyes lit up like their own Chursma's. Now why don't they have that up year-round? That sounds lovely. Sounds like a great place for some fun, Sirius remarked with quite a different grin. Lily's smile slipped into a scowl at him. Did he have to ruin everything she said? Harry hadn't noticed the exchange one bit, something very horrid indeed wanting to pop into his mind at any mention of a hedge maze, even one as small and tame as this. Well, don't tell her that, Remus smiled kindly. I'm sure she tried very hard. Really, though, I hope someone invited Colin so he could be taking pictures of all this. James groaned with longing. Descriptions weren't cutting it for him. He wanted to see all of this in action. Well, that's sweet, Lily grumbled, thinking those two pinheads were still nicer to think about than who she knew Harry was undoubtedly going to spot in a few moments. Hey, you didn't describe how Cho was dressed, Sirius pouted. I was rather enjoying all the colorful wardrobes. He was looking at Harry in a very obvious way that stated he was not going to keep going until Harry told. Harry groaned, knowing Sirius was just doing this to further tease him that he noticed such a thing, but finally admitted. It was royal blue, with some kind of rhinestone pattern. Sirius gave Harry a winning smile which Harry did not return, so he turned back to the book still laughing far too much in Harry's opinion. Wow, she must be prettier than Fleur, Remus smirked. What? It had been a while since all of them had yelped in shock at once, but Sirius had hardly got her name out before his face fell in shock, so he didn't get much of a chance to laugh at the display. Are you telling me that seeing Hermione in a dress really made her unrecognizable? Lily demanded, as she eyed Harry, who still looked like his face wasn't moving from that open mouth any time soon. That's what you caught on, James scoffed, suddenly looking scandalized. I can't believe she's there with Crumb. The Bulgarian champion. Harry warned her he could have a hand in this goblet mess to begin with, and she's possibly letting him get closer to my son by going on a date with him. Oh, stop being so dramatic, James, Lily scolded, a small frown showing she couldn't shake that thought off herself. Crumb's done nothing suspicious so far to warrant anything than a close eye, which is exactly what Hermione's doing, in a different kind of way, Remus muttered. Lily scowled at him next, thinking all of these boys were picking on her far too much. I can't even picture it, Remus stated, blinking slowly with his head cocked to the side. The first description we got of her was this bushy-haired kid babbling on about books, Sirius agreed. I'm having processing issues seeing anything else. Why do you think it took me so long to recognize her? Harry shook his head. I've been staring at that for over 3 years. Lily had an restrained, very fond smile on her face for the bookish girl so clearly trying to make something of herself tonight. She wanted to smack Parvati and anyone else who tried to treat her otherwise. Well, them I'll believe, James snorted. First time for everything, Remus chirped. Probably still looking for her without recognizing her, Sirius laughed, now really not wanting to wait until he could hear about Ron's face when he did. That could get priceless. Harry released another groan as once again he was being put up for all to see. As much as I hate this thing involving you, Lily smiled. I can't deny this place sounds lovely. I really wish I'd got a chance to see this at school. I'm honestly glad it didn't, James shot back. As you know, you wouldn't have gone with me unless it was in our 7th year, so most likely I would have ruined the night. At least he admits it, Sirius chuckled when Lily gave him the stank eye. At least someone's enjoying themselves, Remus snorted. Well, I think he recognizes her now, Sirius said in surprise that hadn't been the expression he'd been expecting. Can't blame her if she ditches him at this point, Lily grumbled, jealousy or not. Ron was being rude. Well, that's actually interesting. James cocked his head to the side. Either he's still being a really good actor and didn't put his champion into getting in close with one of Harry's friends, or he's being a pompous ass who doesn't think Hermione's good enough for his Quidditch champion. I can't decide which is more depressing, Remus told him, so let's let it go for now. I didn't hear Hagrid in there, Lily said in surprise. Yet, Sirius smirked as he had no doubts. Well, I can't say I'm disappointed, James' frown deepened. But that is really odd, Lily blinked spastically. Unless he's on his deathbed, it's not like him to not make an appearance, Remus explained for Harry. He's all about appearances. Harry had noticed they made a few comments like this before and wanted to ask for more details, anything to keep talk off this stupid dance, but Sirius was honestly bored with the topic of him and wanted to keep going so didn't notice Harry. What? Was yelped in shock. Yeah, not joking, Sirius promised as he eyed the page like he wished it was. Why on earth is Percy there? James demanded in disgust. He'd been enjoying not having to hear about that Weasley. In Crouch's spot, Remus added suspiciously. That couldn't mean what he was thinking. Percy was still too young. Sirius remained stumped for a moment longer before a nudge from Harry convinced him to keep going in hopes Percy would explain. No, James groaned at once. Stop being polite already. I don't want to listen to his mouth. You were just wondering why he was there, Lily pointed out. How easier could it get than sitting down and asking him? I wasn't that curious, Sirius groaned, right in line with James. Must be nice to have his own money now, Remus muttered to himself, his pity for Ron's situation still smarting on the boy's behalf. I'll get right on that, Lily chuckled. James couldn't deny a bit of a laugh for that, though. Pompous as he was, he did believe he'd worked hard to get there. Sirius didn't look nearly as indulgent at the expression as he kept going. Percy agitated him enough that he couldn't pretend to be excited for him if he tried. Like Crouch would be any better, Remus rolled his eyes. He'd have spent the time going over some boring paperwork as well. Percy was not endearing Lily to feel too happy for him either. He was starting to act as bad as Crouch in that he found anyone less important than him unworthy of his time, or even learning their name. He really should know how that felt. Harry couldn't help but nod in agreement with that at least, finding it an interesting choice of words. No one in here liked Crouch enough to really spike up concern for this, but it was admittedly depressing to hear about a man coming to the end of his life like this. I don't think he could get away with promoting him if he was, James snickered. But thank you for the reminder, Sirius chuckled. You've far more restraint than anyone here, Remus shook his head. Oh, James blinked in surprise. Now that's rather clever. Can you imagine how that works? Lily said with honest curiosity. The magic must resonate it down to the kitchen, where the elves have the meal prepared. Actually, it sounds like an even better idea than our usual buffet style, Sirius agreed. I imagine less goes to waste, or has to be stored and such. It must be giving the house elves a real workout, though, Remus offered. They'll be running around to make sure all the meals get to proper places, rather than just sending it all up at once. The thought hadn't even crossed James and Sirius' minds, but Sirius had already grown bored with this and wanted to move on before he could bother to come up with an argument for Remus. Bless my soul, James smiled even wider. Has the girl finally found something human to distract her? Leave her be, Lily giggled, as she knew exactly what he and the others were thinking right with her. She's allowed to have a night off from trying to change the world. Noah, Sirius cooed at once before all the boys broke out into smatterings of giggles. Lily rolled her eyes indulgently at them, but at least they'd moved on from thinking of Crumb as some suspicious ploy. Really, was it so surprising to them Hermione could have a pleasant date? Ah, nope, hadn't occurred to me either, Remus admitted in surprise. Harry, I think your date's being ignored, Sirius informed Harry, fighting back a laugh as he realized how long Harry had been focused on everything but her. Now he was even listening in on his friend instead of engaging the girl. Harry ignored him. So, Lily shrugged. She still couldn't get in without attending the school. Don't go giving her ideas, James smirked. Most magical schools don't, Sirius shrugged. We're too secretive by nature. I might agree with him if he wasn't some Death Eater scum, James muttered bitterly. unable to hear his man's name without that image coming back of his slimy arse getting out of Azkaban, leaving Sirius in there when one deserved it infinitely more than the other. Hum, Sirius tisked. Guess Dumbledore doesn't have our confidence. I wish you didn't have your confidence, Lily snipped. Don't make me get a pin cushion to deflate that head of yours again. Remus made a deep-throated noise as he tried to suppress his laughter that Dumbledore had somehow turned this conversation into finding a loo. By the end, no one had a straight face, and in fact Sirius was cut off by his own laughing fit from this. It was James who tried to gasp for air first and state, "Okay, Dumbledore wins. I don't think we know about that." "You think maybe he's right?" Lily asked with honest curiosity, "And there's a place in the school that only appears when you've really got to take a piss." "Or any other option he provided." Remus nodded agreeably. "That school has magic built into the walls. It really wouldn't surprise me to learn if some things only exist when you need it most." Harry felt a tingling in the base of his skull. Somehow Remus phrasing it like that, and Dumbledore's experience really should have been clicking together somehow. But Sirius was getting over his laughing fit as well to keep going. "I'm sure that made it taste better." Sirius nodded in absolute agreement. "Can he do anything else?" James rolled his eyes. Lily wasn't the only one with a scowl in place at that declaration. Hogwarts was their home, and they were more than sick of this pretty girl constantly complaining about it. Sirius, in particular, was really feeling the shine wear off from this princess. She could keep that long blonde hair if she'd use it so her mouth shut. "Sounds like you're all spoiled rotten to me," James grumbled. "I think that would get annoying," Remus huffed. "Who needs to be sung to eat? Does it help with digestion?" "With luck, it would make the sound of her complaining dim slightly," Sirius sniffed. "Hey," Sirius yelped in pure indignation, "that armor has personality. Plus, some of our best ideas came from those seemingly innocent bits of metal everywhere." James beamed. "I can't count how many times we jinxed one to chase down and hug passing students." "I'm Sue Fleur would have plenty to say about that as well," Harry smirked. For some reason, he wasn't as put off about Fleur like he saw the others were. Something about her resonated in him as friendly, though she wasn't showing a drop of that now. "Hey!" All three marauders yelped at that injustice. "Peeves is awesome," Sirius insisted like he was trying to throw it in some French girl's face now. Lily, on the other hand, would give her that point at least. Even the boys, when pressed, would admit that Peeves wasn't all good for fun. He could be quite a nuisance. "Wow, such intrigue." Remus rolled his eyes. "Does that really work?" James demanded, raising a curious brow. "Just sit there gawking at them. Is that how Davis got her to go with him? How come that never worked on you, love?" "I'm starting to wonder if Fleur wasn't the one who asked him out," Lily shrugged, ignoring the second part as he knew full well why she hadn't been endeared by that. "Such riveting conversation. How does he do it?" Sirius grumbled. "There's something fun to think about." James smiled again. "Bet he's counting down the minutes until Maxim doesn't have to be up there anymore. Or now there's a romance which'll surely bloom tonight," Lily giggled. "About the only one it seems," Remus snickered. "Those accents can cause some interesting variations," James agreed with Chipper. "Once met a Spaniard fellow who called me J. Ames all day no matter how many times I corrected him." "It's not like Hermione to settle," Sirius grinned. "I'll bet she'd never have let Ron get away with that." "Trust me, she didn't," Harry smirked. "Ron once tried to shorten her name, and she ignored him for 3 hours. I'm sure it would have been longer, but he actually apologized for it." "Well, this sounds like fun," Sirius grinned. "I particularly want to hear which one plays the bagpipes." "Least you weren't dwelling on it," Remus chuckled. Harry groaned, knowing that was probably just the start to his night. "Relax, Harry," James tried to soothe. "At least it won't get so bad as your Valentine." Harry did not look soothed. "Why don't you hang out with them more?" Sirius snickered as he watched Harry's miserable face. "They sound like they know how to have a laugh." Harry was too busy ignoring him to answer the rhetorical question. "Guess I don't need to ask who's steering," Lily grinned. Harry could already feel himself relaxing again, at least that hadn't been as excruciating or long as he'd been dreading. The others were honestly happy for him. Despite their teasing, it was good to see something just mildly normal like Harry having to dance for a few moments without anything memorable at all happening. That spiked Harry's interest. Not anything bad against Neville, really, but just thinking to himself that if he'd cut in he knew he'd have tried his hardest not to be stepping on her feet as well. Then his mind fritzed, and he wasn't even sure what he'd been thinking anymore. "I'll bet Hagrid was taking notes," Remus muttered. Lily couldn't stop several spurts of giggles at all of these lovely mental images Harry kept catching, her wish still holding that she was going to go up to school and beg them to have more events like this. Sirius looked rather disturbed as he read that part, grumbling. "Why is he looking? I'm just impressed you kept those on all day," James snorted. Harry rolled his eyes at all of their chuckling, ignoring that pestering feeling telling him he should have kept that to himself. "And I agree," Lily murmured with a slight shake. It didn't matter he was a teacher, that thing felt like too much of an invasion of privacy. "Well, don't enjoy the moment or anything," Remus snorted. "There's the best way to do it," James declared with only a fond roll of the eyes from his wife. "You know, sometimes I don't think we give Trelawney enough credit," Sirius mused as he grinned down at the page. He received nothing but blank stares from his friends, so Sirius shrugged and properly explained. "Remember back in her first class, when she made the comment Ron would do something to Parvati? I think she got the wrong twin is all." "Why do you remember that?" Remus demanded, as he usually phased anything that fortune teller said right out of his mind. Sirius' smile wasn't as easygoing as before as he stated, "What can I say? She's had an impact on me," before going on loudly. Lily gave a sad little chuckle at that, stating, "Oh yes, he's simply going green with worry." Harry wasn't paying her much more mind than he'd given his date. He was still trying to count down the pages until this stupid night was over. "Only for those not sulking," James pointed out. "I wasn't sulking," Harry huffed back. "I was just—" He cut himself off and winced as he realized he didn't exactly have a word for what he was doing. "If he's already asking for nicknames on the first date, I think she'd have a clinger," Sirius stated. "You know, Ron's just being a prat," Remus scolded him. "Now would you stop trying to give us dating advice and move on?" Sirius stuck his tongue out at him first before doing so. Lily had to press her hand firmly to her mouth to stop a storm of titters. She couldn't believe Ron had just said that with a straight face, a straight-up girl line. "Either you're being obvious or staying out of it," James patted Harry's shoulder. "Either way, I commend you." Harry was shaking his head slowly, neither confirming or denying either option. "Melodramatic much," Lily sighed. "Well, he's not wrong," James shrugged, though winced when his wife gave him a nasty look for that. "Well, he's not," Sirius defended his mate and Ron. "I did warn them that something could be going on with the Bulgarian people, and that's who she goes with." "Don't be stupid," Lily spat. "Ron would be acting like this towards anyone who wasn't him spending time with her right now." Sirius gave her a calculating look, but wasn't going to argue that back. "There's a difference between enjoying a celebrity around and mingling with them," James scoffed. Having an autograph is far different than having a date." Sirius frowned like he thought Hermione was being daft. "And?" Remus demanded curiously. He was a Quidditch nut before this mess started. "Are you lot really on his side?" Lily scowled at the lot of them. "Hermione hasn't done anything wrong, and Ron's acting like a ponce saying otherwise." James quickly threw his hands up in surrender, saying, "Hey, we're just saying Hermione hasn't made a valid point yet, but Ron has." Lily narrowed her eyes shrewdly at him as she stated, "You know full well Ron's only mad because Hermione's out with anyone but him, when he only realized at the last minute she was an option. He's being a child." "He is a child," Sirius reminded, though quickly went back to reading when Lily looked likely to smack him any second. "Or," Remus couldn't help but grin, then rolled his eyes at his friend's scandalized looks like he seemed to be switching sides. "What?" he shrugged. "Think back, and every time he was there, he'd see her and Harry working together. It's no wonder he couldn't bring himself to ask with him around. Plus Skeeter's article, and Crumb wouldn't know better it wasn't true. I pity the guy." "Then why did he ask her if he thought she was with Harry?" Lily asked of no one. "Maybe Hermione will say." Harry quickly tried to pacify before anyone else could strike up another argument. He really didn't want to sit around analyzing his friend's love life. "It sounds even worse when he says it." Lily groaned for the poor girl. "As if she wasn't pretty enough just to be asked out on a date without having Harry for a friend." "He didn't mean that at all," James rolled his eyes. "And I know you were thinking the same thing earlier." "Well, can you blame her for thinking Ron meant that?" Lily snapped. "After the way he joked about her and Neville days before." Sirius was getting rather bored hearing her bicker at them about this. It's not like they'd ever insult Hermione's looks for any reason. and this was just some teenage drama she was working herself up over, so he ignored whatever spluttering comment James tried to make to keep going. At this point, I'll agree with Lily, though, Remus sighed. Ron's just looking for a fight. Doesn't matter, the bloke. That was only one of Lily's points. They seemed to be missing the bigger picture that Ron was being as rude as possible in showing that he was just jealous of the whole instance, but at least they weren't trying to defend Ron from that part. Funny how Harry wasn't the one who got to answer, Sirius snorted. I don't really have a problem with who she went with, Harry shrugged. I found it odd, sure, but not like Ron did. Actually, no, Hermione's full of it on that one. James shook his head at her. If they wanted to set up foreign friends, there are far better ways than tournaments where you're supposed to beat the other school, Remus agreed. You'll do anything to avoid attention tonight, won't you? Sirius raised a brow, thinking that was quite brave of Harry to step in then. Hermione was really getting angry at him, Harry winced, and I'd seen what happens when that got bad, so yeah, I did try. Clearly his goal of defending Harry is the sole topic of this, Remus smiled. Well, at least he enjoyed himself. Sirius sighed with his head cocked to the side. They hadn't exactly resolved anything. Honestly, at some point, I think Ron enjoys arguing with people, Lily groaned. Did she really just ask him that after all that? Lily did a double take. I honestly have no idea why she bothered, James agreed, causing 4 collective chuckles at Harry, who always seemed to find a spot of humor after a tense moment. If he just showed up 5 seconds earlier, Sirius smirked, we'd have had an even larger scene, Remus finished for him, though at least he seemed pleased that wasn't what happened. Making him think he was ditched, James nodded. That's kinder than I would have been to him. Don't get me started on you, Lily told him with a straight face. Don't think I wasn't well aware of how many times in school you did something much subtler, but with much more force to anyone who asked me out. I have no idea what you're talking about, James declared saintly, not even bothering to hide a flashing grin when she kept staring. Not the word I'd use, Remus shook his head. Sad if Crumb had come with anyone else, Ron probably would have used that time to try and properly talk to him, Sirius agreed. I swear that's in every description he's ever had, James scoffed. Could he have said a worse thing right then? Lily raised a brow at his poor timing. Now there's some potential for fun. Siri's brows crept up in surprise and glee. You were, Lily crinkled her nose at him. Glory Sirius, can't 2 adults ever just enjoy each other's company? Tell me Quidditch fan McGonagall wouldn't at least have been the one to ask star player Bagman for that dance. James challenged with the same look as Sirius. She didn't argue the point. Was waiting for that one, Sirius chuckled. Oh, that's encouraging, James frowned. Lighten up, I'm sure he's not the only one to vacate the moment he wasn't supposed to be there. Remus tried to brush off his own worry. I kind of wanted you to keep talking about dancing partners, Sirius pouted, as he loved laughing at the mental images of all his old teachers cutting loose like that. Probably looking for that sponsorship, Remus chuckled. They've only got a year left. Well, they've already made a good impression, so they're off to a great start. Sirius agreed with cheers. Harry already had his head cocked to the side, something nagging at him about the twins and Bagman again. He just knew he should be putting a finger on. This little brat never ceases to annoy me, James grumped. He goes from disliking him to calling him high-ranking at the flip of a switch. Disliking him doesn't negate his status, Lily defended with a shrug. It's not like they're mauling him, Remus rolled his eyes. They're trying to have a chat with him. Percy needs to get a grip. Oh, all 5 of them pouted, wondering what had Bagman so distracted he wouldn't take time to talk to the twins like he had over the summer. Harry was so distracted by his disappointment for the twins, he completely forgot what he was supposed to be remembering about this. Oh, well, all right then, Sirius agreed festively. That was rather short for all that. Remus still had a curious look on his face. You think they've been corresponding outside of just talking? Harry jolted when he heard that, now positive that was exactly what he'd been trying to think up earlier, though for some reason he was sure it was more one-sided. James had noticed Harry, but rather than trying to force him to say something instead said, I'm sure that's it. The twins aren't the shy type and it's smart of them to be setting this up as early as possible. Oh, that bleeding killjoy, Lily groaned. What good would it do? The twins are allowed to have their own life. See, we can agree on some things, James told her lovingly. Hitch, Lily said sharply. I called it far more than that, James muttered with mutiny. Unfortunate, Remus agreed with an ugly taste in his mouth. Fun, Sirius snapped. Merlin, can't these two pull their heads out of their arses already? Harry's right there, and he'd never say anything so mild about this mess. Harry certainly agreed with Sirius, but he wasn't going to go correcting someone like Bagman either, and he'd long since grown used to just ignoring whatever Percy said. Lily was the only one who looked remotely upset at this. In fact, the boys looked relieved. Lily enjoyed hearing about these types of international affairs, though. It would have been a nice change of topic from the constant problems revolving Harry, but recognized she wasn't going to get a say in the matter. I'd almost feel bad for Bagman getting stuck with that, Sirius snorted. If he hadn't been such a prat to Harry so far, James finished in agreement. Lily actually felt bad for Percy, as she had no doubts that Bagman would slip away sooner rather than later, and apparently Percy hadn't brought his own date like his girlfriend to chat with. He was clearly looking for someone to talk to. Well, this can't be good, Remus sighed, as that had yet to start them on a pleasant conversation. Well, you're doing a terrible job of it, talking out in the open grounds, Harry muttered to himself, then looked around in surprise at all of the suddenly pale faces. Clearly he was missing something, but before he could ask, his mother hissed, "No, he swore he'd never go through with that. Aye, those were rumors. She spluttered herself off with pure indignation. The marauders had equally ugly looks on their faces, and it didn't take much for Harry to piece it all together. Karkaroff was a confirmed Death Eater as far as Sirius was concerned, and that was proof enough for them. Now he was going around talking to Snape about something, clearly something bad. Karkaroff was talking to someone he trusted, a fellow Death Eater. Was that presumptuous, though? Harry didn't think so. Something deep inside him was far too settled on the notion already. Harry hated Snape, of course, but even he was mildly surprised to hear that he really had gone and joined Voldemort's crew. That is, of course, if he was understanding this right, because would Dumbledore really hire a Death Eater? This small bit had been more than proof enough for everyone else, without any other type of confirmation. I cannot believe how disgusted I am by this, Sirius snarled, his eyes going darker by the second as he stared at the pages. After everything, I really am insulted at myself for how surprised I am we were right all along. He is a Death Eater. Was, Remus corrected half-heartedly. He had a look on his own face that spoke volumes of how tired he already was on hearing about this. Excuse you, James snapped. Once one, always one. His face had flushed an ugly color in shock as he glared down Remus, who quickly cast his mind around and realized another Death Eater James' mind would have landed on, and so quickly explained himself. Oh, come now. You really think Dumbledore would hire him if he hadn't reformed in some way? I doubt he ever got far past initiation. He and Karkaroff were probably brought in at the same time, but Karkaroff was caught, and probably has no idea what Snape did to convince Dumbledore he wasn't a Death Eater anymore. Merlin, we don't even know what possessed Dumbledore to hire this guy, though I still bitterly hate whatever that is. He had in no way implied that he'd ever forgive and forget Snape of anything he'd been doing to Harry so far, let alone any person who'd ever helped Voldemort, and that meant anyone. Lily's lips were still trembling too much to add in, though in hate or regret, none of them were really sure. She may have long since renounced him as her friend, but had only recently truly begun hating him for the way he'd been treating her son, Sirius, and Remus. They had no real clue how this news was affecting her, and though James ached desperately to ask her, he wasn't entirely sure if he would like the response he'd get. What if she tried to defend him? Remus was only trying to vouch for Dumbledore, and that was nothing new even if it did irk him a lot more than ever before, but at least Dumbledore was still worth it on some level. He'd still be given a chance to defend himself. If Lily really tried to justify Snape to him, though. Sirius was watching her like a bomb fixing to go off, and finally the silence had rung for so long it seemed to register in her. She spoke very slowly and clearly, enunciating each word. I am going to murder him the next time I have the pleasure, but please don't stop on my account. I want to hear what has Karkaroff in such a tizzy. It could only make my day better. James unbelievably relaxed, but really, some things never died. He was just thankful Lily and Severus' friendship had been one of them that had. Sirius couldn't help a violent snort of laughter at Karkaroff's choice of words. happily opening his mouth to make a crack before Lily interjected in honeyed tones. "If you actually start marking this situation right now, I swear I will make your innards your outers. Are you really going to sit there and laugh about two Death Eaters prowling around school?" Thoroughly chastised, Sirius still couldn't help a petulant little scowl at her for ruining his fun, but wasn't going to deny either he had something more pressing to be reading. James muttered something under his breath about Snape being the opposite of Cupid or something, but Harry didn't want to ask for details. "Never let Ron change that snappy tone," Remus stated mildly. "Nothing good," Sirius ground out. Lily couldn't help but suddenly get the jitters, her mind unhelpfully flickering through all that had happened to Harry this year, and how they were suspecting Karkaroff had something to do with it. It was the last thing she ever wanted to hear, that now Karkaroff had back up with Snape. And yet, her mind kept nagging at something, how Snape had tried to protect Harry in his first year, stopped Quirrell getting the stone. There was no longer any real if in her mind. Snape had really turned in with all his real friends at school. But then why hadn't Quirrell come to Snape for help back then? Why, in fact, had Snape tried to stop Voldemort through Quirrell? It wasn't adding up, but it didn't really change anything inside her either. Even if she ever did get an explanation for him, she knew it would never be good enough, not after he'd gone and smashed every last promise to her for the last time. Save was gone. Remus gave Harry a kind smile. At least he seemed to understand what was happening now, and he hadn't even asked. He'd pieced it all together himself. There was no trace of outward confusion in him to show he needed an answer. It only let Remus, mind to keep wandering though, to try and figure out what exactly did Karkaroff have to be so upset about. What was becoming clearer. All he could really think up was the Voldemort mentionings, and how they were all growing more and more terrified that he was trying to make a comeback with the help of the rat. Was it possible Karkaroff was hearing that news, and that's what he was referring to? Why would he be afraid of that, though? Sirius muttered something under his breath regretfully, wanting to make a crack at prongs, but worried Lily would snap at him again. The bleeding Death Eaters were gone. That part was over. Could they please get back to talking about something more pleasant? "Oh, please go back to listening in on Death Eaters," James groaned, though honestly he was more than happy to give a slight laugh. "I do not want to sit in on Hagrid's love fest." "Turn around, Harry. Please tell me you run off from this," Remus agreed. Harry gave them an absent smile, now worried that he really had walked in on something unpleasant he wasn't going to like. "Now what gave you that idea?" Sirius rolled his eyes, pleasantly amused when Lily did nothing more than usual to his commentary again. It was unbelievable that they could actually start laughing again, but Harry's mostly disgusted, half-intrigued look as he recalled looking at that certainly did it for the lot of them. Most students in the higher grades at least tried to hide these acts, so this was most likely Harry's first time ever watching someone make out, and it was certainly a more priceless and treasured moment than finding out something about Snape, so they were most definitely in at least a good mood again. "Can't even blame him," Sirius said animatedly, as he was probably hoping that was him a week ago. "Moving on," Lily told him. "Before you put more images into my head I never want." "No, really though, Harry, you can still find another way to leave," Remus pleaded without a trace of hope. Harry sighed with a miserable look at the ceiling, really wishing the more that was spoken he'd done just that. "I think it's better than the alternative," James shook his head sadly. "And be found," Sirius corrected James. "No, best wait until they get too distracted as well and slip away, never mentioning this again." "There you go again," Lily groaned. "Could you not have edited that a bit so I didn't have to picture that?" Sirius did not look remorseful in the slightest. He enjoyed the agitation it caused Lily too much. Harry frowned all of a sudden, some new feeling wanting to rear up and remind him of something other than embarrassment for listening in on this. "Oh," James' embarrassment quickly flickered to surprise as he stated, "Well, this isn't nearly as bad as declaring his undying love." "Guess they would have been talking long enough by now. Hagrid would be curious," Lily agreed. "Excusez-moi," Remus tried and failed at a French accent. "If she isn't a half-giant like Hagrid, then I'm a fish. And as you most certainly do not turn into a mermaid once a month," Sirius agreed with a straight face. "I'm inclined to agree." "Ooh," Lily couldn't help but sigh softly. This may not be the romance that Harry shouldn't have been listening in on, but it certainly was private enough she still wished more than anything Harry had scuppered. If Hagrid had wanted him to know this, he'd have told him already. The boys were frowning with some genuine pity as well now. They'd never really thought about it, to be honest, but Hagrid was quite right. Giants were not maternal of any kind. They had their brood, and then left them to fend for themselves. The strongest survived, and Hagrid was the farthest thing from a fully grown giant. That's why he was such an oddity at all. What giantess had fallen for a human to have Hagrid? None of them had ever questioned it too deeply, and they were truly sad to be thinking on it now. Harry was certainly distracted enough by Hagrid as well to not even give that thing a second thought anymore. Why would he? Don't exactly know how you're supposed to respond to that. James shook his head. The urge to laugh was there at such a thing, but it was certainly sad enough to be kept at bay. Remus gave a genuine wince of empathy for that, wondering if it was the curse of all beasts that the parents suffered first. His own hadn't lived long enough to see him through school either. More than makes you understand his loyalty to him, Sirius sighed. Lily cocked her head to the side in confusion, but that still didn't hide the tense set of her shoulders. She wasn't really. Oh, she's not. James began scowling at once. She's bloody well trying, Sirius growled. She was actually trying to run out on Hagrid after he'd just told her something like that. She really couldn't give him a moment of sympathy. What was wrong with her? Does he need to spell it out for you? Lily's tone was as brittle as it could go. Why is she being so stupid about it? Maybe she's never had to say it out loud before, Remus muttered to himself. He certainly remembered the first time he'd had to admit it to another person. But then again, it wasn't particularly the same. Maxime was being horrid to Hagrid when he was trying to help. Maxime wasn't a real monster. She just happened to have a different kind of parentage. Lily gave him a look for that comment, but the others hadn't heard, and Sirius was too outraged on Hagrid's behalf to notice, and had kept reading loudly. How dare he? Lily snapped right back, her every visage saying she'd go toe-to-toe with Maxime right now no matter the height difference. What is she playing at treating him like that when he's talking to her? How does she not understand that if anyone could sympathize with her, it's Hagrid? James sighed, wishing for a moment where he could laugh at that proper. Now he was all in a knot about Hagrid. This Yule Ball was turning out as big a mess as the stupid tasks it was so emotionally all over. She did not just manage to say that, Sirius snapped in disgust. Dumbledore has big bones. Runcorn had big bones. She has giant bones. It's like Petunia had a bad influence on her as well, James agreed with a sneer. Lily made a deep-throated noise, whether of hurt for Hagrid like she wanted to go to him and comfort him at once, or go after Maxim and hunt her down for treating her friend like that. Nobody was certain, but both were likely. Poor Hagrid, James groaned for him. Does it feel like he's had to deal with crap every year? The poor guy needs a break. He definitely didn't deserve this one, Sirius nodded. Lily's temper looked about ready to pop on Ron. She'd had more than enough of him lately, but Remus quickly soothed before she could get started. He had a bad reaction to me when he first found out as well. Don't go yelling at him for something he's processing. It's not like it's hard to work out, Sirius grumbled with an ugly look in place. He didn't much appreciate Ron having any reaction other than anger towards Maxime like the rest of them. To us it wasn't, Remus agreed, trying and failing to keep shame from his face as he stuttered out. Because had more of an practice of. We went out and hung around with someone most people wouldn't put together had a secret, James finished bluntly. So we had a knack for guessing when others did. It is true most would first think it was some sort of magical accident that would make Hagrid like that unless they spotted the clues we did. Sirius rolled his eyes at them, but then remembered Lily hadn't even guessed as much until they'd told her as well, so decided against arguing further. Why do you keep describing everyone as looking like me? Sirius asked of Harry quickly, just looking for anything to laugh at again. You miss me that much, pup? You're seeing me everywhere. Harry did indeed laugh at that joke, and still didn't seem ready to be growing tired of it any time soon, much to Sirius' pleasure. An ignorance that I'm quite happy you have, Lily sighed. Had, James corrected with a frown. Harry gave them quizzical looks, but didn't bother asking as he knew he'd be asking Ron what the big deal was. Clearly he'd had it wrong before. If ever he did think about giants, he thought they were all like Hagrid. Nobody had ever said anything otherwise. I want to emphasize that most, though, James shook his head sadly. You know Hagrid for more than 5 minutes, and nobody should care a lick. Remus was sitting very far back in his seat. keeping the baby very close to him and avoiding all eyes so that he could be left out of this as long as possible. But he had no doubts his friends would circle back to him on this very soon if this lead, where he was thinking it would. They were going to turn on him and remind him that Hagrid being at Hogwarts was as natural as Remus being there, something he still vividly disagreed with. Can't blame him for that, though, Lily agreed. Those gardens have already proved the ease of eavesdropping. Thank you for acknowledging that, Harry. James tried for a smirk again, at least that had brought back some fun memories from his 7th year, not that he had plans on sharing that. Ron's clearly just having the night of his life with all these girls, Remus chuckled to himself. Yeah, Remus rolled his eyes at such articulation, and werewolves are just kind of unpleasant sometimes. You certainly are when you get snappy, Sirius scowled at him, his look more calculating than anything as he tried to guess if Remus was genuinely trying at a joke or making a crack at himself, a very big difference in Sirius' opinion. Remus met his eyes but wasn't giving anything away, saving himself from a lecture as he should have known better when he did the latter. I've heard worse ideas, James smiled without humor. Those ideas were usually helped along by the marauders, though, who, even having guessed Hagrid's secret, had said no more about it than Remus. It was his business, after all. Harry's mind boggled at the idea, still unable to grasp how big a real giant even was, and how you could go about killing that. The dragon had seemed nearly invincible, and a true giant seemed to be at least the size of them. Least you're grasping the important parts of this, Lily sighed. Deserves it, 3 of them muttered, no sympathy at all for the way she'd given Hagrid hell. Only Remus felt a wince for her, knowing full well how it could feel to have that kind of thing shoved in your face by someone. When his friends had done it to him, he'd tried running for his life, but they'd come after him. Hagrid and Maxime were slightly different, but at least Remus could understand both parts. At least James and Sirius full-blown laughed at that, James praising, "Thank you, Harry, for that lovely comparison. I can just tell how riveted you are by this whole ordeal." Lily shook her head at him fondly. "I never wanted to go in the first place," Harry reminded with a frown. "The part about the giants from Ron was the most interesting bit of the night. Wonder how different you'd feel if you had gone with Cho." Sirius demanded with a knowing smile, genuinely wondering if it wouldn't have turned into his pup and her hiding in bushes, but Harry Stutley ignored him again. Then Harry groaned and had to fight the urge to chuck that book in the fireplace already. It just had to keep mentioning that. "Don't get too down, Harry," James comforted. "I'm positive you'll get another shot at her." "Or find someone better," Sirius offered. Harry finally caved and flicked his godfather in the ear mildly. It wasn't the full-blown smack they'd all been expecting when Sirius, picking, had finally worn Harry's last nerve, but it was certainly enough to have them all laughing. Least he didn't act on that urge, Remus chuckled with an obvious look at Sirius. Sirius absently scooted just a bit more away from a Harry with a not-so-subtle smirk. "I'm guessing you didn't find a new favorite band tonight as well?" Lily asked. "Nah, nothing more special than I've heard on Muggle radios," Harry shrugged. He'd never found any real interest in music, and this night certainly hadn't fixed that. "Yeah, can't blame you for that," Sirius shook his head in agreement. "Because I really missed hearing about those two arguing." Lily groaned in anticipation for when this silence broke. Neither of them were very good at holding back. "What, did he come to rub it in or something?" James scowled. "I don't think so." Lily was frowning as well, though more lightly. "I honestly don't really think he'd even know about Harry's crush. He's hardly flamboyant about it as you love." James looked nullified, but serious interest was still piqued as he kept going. "That kicking urge coming back yet?" Remus asked pleasantly. "I'm sure you can still find someone in here who deserves it." "Thank you, Moony," Sirius told him with a straight face. "Your everlasting defense for me always leaves me feeling safe and loved." "Shove it and keep going," James snorted at the pair of them. "Don't know why," Lily said in surprise. "Harry'll just tell him later anyways." "Guess Cedric wants to leave that up to me." Harry shrugged with a still rather foul temper. "I'd be more surprised if all the eggs did something different," Remus stated. "It would have been a little more interesting, though," Lily shrugged. "After all, if it's all the same puzzle, the champions could feasibly work it out together." "Clearly that's not the case, though," James pointed out before the two could keep going. Was that supposed to be an insult?" James cocked his head to the side as he tried to decide if he should be getting mad. I don't think so. Lily frowned slowly, and as he did say, he was trying to return a favor, a clue then. To take a bath. Sirius raised a brow. Does soap and water magically fix his egg? Maybe, James agreed thoughtfully, like it's broken or something, and cleaning it will, I don't know, fix it to make the proper noise. That's a pretty cheap return, Remus sniffed. Harry didn't say go poke around the forest and figure it out. So he didn't come right out and say it. He's making him work for it, Lily shrugged. At least he's making an attempt. Not everyone would have even done that. The boys were all still too mad at Cedric for one-upping Harry on this particular night to feel real gratitude yet. This is getting weirder and weirder, Sirius' frown deepened. He's not even saying to clean the egg. Merlin, I don't even know what he's trying to say. Have I mentioned how much I dislike him lately? James grumbled. Enough with the riddles, man. Harry gets more than enough of that. Harry may full-heartedly agree with his dad and thanked him for the defense, but was internally telling his gut to shut up and stop ringing itself any time someone said a bad word about Cedric. Remus let out a surprised little chuckle, though, stating, "Okay, that right there was his repayment for the dragon. You're going to love that place. Best bathroom in the castle." It took Harry a moment to get past how odd Cedric's comment was to look back at Remus and ask, "You've been in there." I certainly preferred it to sharing with these loons, Remus agreed. Whoever's the worst in your year about hogging the shower, Sirius beats them. Sirius happily stuck his tongue out at him, running his hand through his hair with great importance as he stated, "I have a higher standard to hold than your grungy arse. Had to keep all the attention off of you, and my looks were the easiest way by far." "You suffer so much for me," Remus told him deadpan. Harry was going to ask how Remus even knew how to get in, but then decided that was a stupid question, as clearly the marauders had yet to come across any room in the castle they didn't know about. Lily shook her head as she realized these boys picking at each other had actually managed to distract her. But now the curiosity was right back on what on earth Cedric was up to with that odd insert of his. She did certainly agree with Remus, though. If Harry never made prefect, he should get in there when he had the chance. It was more than worth it. That about covered it, yeah, James muttered. Well, I would hope not, Sirius snapped at once. Some payback for what you did for him. Doesn't seem his type. Lily shook her head. No, he was trying to help Harry in his own way, I'm sure of it. Remus opened, then closed his mouth, quickly stalling his comment about how Cedric didn't need to do that. He clearly already had Cho's affection. He cared about Harry, of course, but he wasn't quite sure how Harry would take Remus making joking comments like that like he would towards Sirius or James. Sirius had no such qualms and blurted out, "Nah, you clearly cover that all on your own, Harry. I'm positive Cho's heard all about your lovely Valentine, or what was it you were telling me about some sealing incident, Mum?" Harry spoke over Sirius with a challenging look. "I don't think I quite got that story." "Read. Quick, keep going," James hissed, and Sirius made quick work of doing so over a smirking Harry. Remus was watching with self-annoyance. He always hated how whenever his werewolf status was brought up, he fell back on being a self-conscious idiot. Of course, Harry wouldn't have cared. He'd already been making and receiving plenty of jokes. "Well, that's her fault," Lily chuckled much to Sirius, red-faced horror, though he relaxed slightly when he realized Lily wasn't saying what he'd been afraid of. As a house portrait, she really should know better. She still had a knowing look in her eye that told both boys quite clearly she was fully prepared to give that story to Harry the next time he asked, so neither of them wanted to linger. "Well, that's always nice to walk in on," Remus said, in only mild surprise. This had only come a little faster than expected after all. "Here's hoping it doesn't turn into another no-speaking one," Lily groaned. She was in fact hoping for the opposite. Maybe Ron would finally admit what was bothering him all night, if not to Hermione, then at least to himself, so that this could go a bit smoother. James sucked in air through his teeth before nodding and saying, "Okay, Hermione wins that one." "No arguments here," Sirius agreed. "Ah, no, dear," Lily corrected. "I do believe that's you." "How long do you think it'll take him to catch on?" Remus asked with honest curiosity. "Hopefully sooner rather than later," James chuckled. Harry was simply frowning at the lot of them, perfectly clear what they were talking about, but still somehow knowing that nothing really came of this for a few more years to come, something he was honestly quite grateful for. "Which is?" Sirius prompted when Harry still hesitated, but did indeed admit that Ron shouldn't have gone with Padma, but it was sort of too late by then. There are worse ways you could have put that, Lily shrugged. Though blunt usually works the best, Remus smirked, so I'm not sure if even that would have gotten through to him. I know that's true, Sirius agreed as he gave the book to Harry. In all honesty, no, I really don't think the Marauders understand the Room of Requirements in the same aptitude that Harry does next year. I think they would have found it more along the line like the twins had, a convenient place to hid at one time or something that they never found again, much like Remus had just joked about. Honestly, I doubt any students really do before the death through Harry. It seemed more like a house elf secret before Darby shared. Fun fact, JK only added this moment because a lot of people were apparently mispronouncing her name. I saw the first movie before I got invested in the books, so I have a tendency to pronounce them the way the movies do. Cedric's last name becomes one of the most recurring corrections between me and friends for that.